this game. Man, oh, man.
Both of those we heard you initially. Oh. Both 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1.
Well, it's funny. I was driving home that night listening to the postgame show, and Ray was talking about, Big Ray Roberts was talking about kind of the same thing I was, that like when you bring your formation in. And again, there was 4 plays before that where they were in normal formations. They gave the ball to K9. I got 8 yards, 6 yards, 4 yards, and 5 yards. And also mixed in there was a 25-yard pass to JSN. But, I mean, they got what? That's 14, 18, 23 yards on just normal formations and 4 carries. And then we clinch up. We got the sphincter. The sphincter muscle got tight.
Got tight.
And, yeah, and that was, just, look, I get it. I think a lot of coaches will go, hey, look, if we can't pick up 1 yard, then we're not worth anything. Well, we put that to the test.
So what are you saying? They're not worth anything, Dave?
Well, I mean, that was just frustrating to me. And look, again, I'm not somebody that second guesses play calls typically,
yeah,
but
I think you're doing it here.
Well, I'm definitely doing it here.
I think it's fair. I think most coordinators would be okay with somebody going, "Why'd you do that?"
Yeah.
I think unless you're coming at them in a really aggressive, "Hey, what are you, an idiot? Why would you call that play?"
Right.
But yeah, I'm sure they had a logical reason why we did the same thing 2 times in a row and it didn't work, as opposed to the previous 4 plays that garnered 23 yards. So, just frustrating though. It is. That's got to be really deflating for the O-line too, to go, look, guys, we need less than a yard.
Yeah,
less than a yard. Let's do this. We can move these guys, 6 inches, 8 inches back, and they couldn't.
Yeah. Well, and they had 2 rookies on their defensive line. Now, turned out to be really good. Braden Fisk is a guy they picked, I think, in the 2nd round. Both guys are out of Florida State. The other guy, Jared Verse, they took in the 1st round. And those 2 guys were instrumental in stuffing that offensive line there.
All right, so then we fast forward to just week 16 here against the Minnesota Vikings and what looked like a huge play, Byron Murphy sack, called back because of a face mask penalty.
2nd down and 10 from his own 46. Jones in the backfield. Darnold, all hand signals now. Slot to the right side. Darnold steps up. Darnold gets in. He goes down. Flag is down.
Man.
They might have gotten a face mask.
Yes.
Or a horse collar. Darnold gets up limping. It's going to go against the Hawks. Oh, my goodness. Great pressure. Upfield, it's going to be a face mask. Murphy reached out and grabbed just too much of Darnold, who got twisted.
There was an exasperated breath there by you, Dave.
Well, I mean, we're going to be 3rd and 18 at their 38-yard line. Instead, it's 1st and 10 at our 39-yard line. So, and then, what happens the very next play?
1st and 10, Vikings at the Seattle 39. 2 receivers now shifting over, including Addison from left to right. Jones in the backfield, Darnold under center. Turn, play fake. Steps up in the pocket. Throws the ball downfield. Got a man making the catch is Jefferson. Touchdown, Minnesota. Just like that, the Vikings back on top.
Oh.
Brutal.
Just so brutal. You just hear the deflation in Rabe's voice there. Just going up, and there's a pen. It's a touchdown, Minnesota.
I hate that when Rabe says, and he goes down. Like, that's how he describes every sack, and it's always so depressing.
Yeah, it
just
is.
The way he puts it.
Do you ever ask him to make it more joyful?
No. Come on, let's pep that up a little bit, Rabe.
Could you put some sunshine into that play, Rabes?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
No, he puts the perfect amount there, like, oh, and he goes down. I mean, there's just disappointment there. And
Yeah, it's deflating.
Totally is. And, you look at on that play, the next play, the touchdown is that, you got Reek actually did his job, man. I mean, it was cover 2. He has to shove that guy way inside, which he did.
Is that where Love was late coming over the top?
Yeah. He bends back out to the sidelines, and now he's past Reek Woolen, but now over the top needs to come the safety. And I think what happened was Darnold, stepped up in the pocket. There was a little, kind of like that Detroit Lion play we saw where they fall down in the backfield and everybody's eyes go back there. Well, it looked like he was going to get sacked, and he steps up And then it was just a moment there where I think Love's eyes went into the backfield instead of, looking at Jefferson.
Because Reek passed him off, right?
Yeah, which is he's supposed to do.
Yeah, because he wasn't trying. It wasn't that he got beat and was, trailing him down the sidelines. He passed him off, thinking he had safety help over the top, and then.
Well, not only that, he pushed him way inside. So so now it's kind of a sprint or a race towards the sideline. He has to get back to the sideline past Reek, and then Love has to get over the top there, and just. There was just a moment's hesitation there.
And then the final one from the film room of doom, as Matt has named it. This is Geno getting sacked, losing those 6 yards, those precious 6 yards that resulted in a missed field goal by Van Ginkel here.
Geno, 1st and 10 from the 37 of the Vikings. Blitz again. Geno, look out. Geno steps up. Geno gets hit now and goes down. Back at his own 44-yard line. Van Ginkel was blitzing. And again, on some of these blitzes, Geno's looking downfield and guys aren't able to turn around in the pass routes. But the Seahawks just unable to pick that up. Geno finally had to peel it and eat it, and he's dropped for a 7-yard loss.
Rabe was a receiver, Rabes. He knows all about a hot route. And, Van Ginkel, they brought 6. They brought 6 rushers. So that should just, to me, and look, I don't know who it's on. I guess Geno taking the sack, he could have dumped it. But, more than anything, I'm just like, why isn't there like an alert of like, if they bring 6, we've got to have somebody turn around right now and give Geno an outlet. And nobody was looking at the time. So, yeah, it was just a total failure, I felt like, by the offense just in general. But, yeah, look, those kinds of plays are going to happen. You're going to get caught by surprise and everything. That was one that, again, I guess I said I wasn't going to play call after the Ram game, but that one was, it was frustrating to me.
Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed our stroll through the film room of doom. Just a couple of standout plays throughout the season that you feel like, had that one not happened or this one not happened, maybe we're having a different discussion today, but unfortunately we're not. So there you go. Let's get to take 2.
The Huskies are currently trailing to the Louisville Cardinal 35-28 at the 2-minute warning of the Sun Bowl.
That'd be the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. Let's get that correct.
My apologies.
I remember when I got recruited at Washington, they had just come off, or it was like 2 years before they played in the Sun Bowl. So Huskies back at the Sun Bowl. Tony the Tiger.
Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. Looks like plenty of good seats still available there.
Yeah. 2 minutes left. They're down a touchdown. They got the ball. So let's see. Maybe they're on Louisville's 40-yard line.
Yeah, Damon Williams has had a pretty solid game. He's 22 of 26, 336 yards and 3 touchdowns. He does have 1 pick. He's a guy, I'll say this, I've watched him on a few different plays. He's not scared in the pocket. He's a little too brave, though. Like, he'll stand there, and he's going through every progression. I'm like, throw it away, throw it away, throw it. He's sacked. I hear Rabel going, and he's down.
Yeah.
Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce is leading all players in fan voting for the 2025 Pro Bowl with over 250,000 votes.
Is that the Taylor Swift effect? Because he's, by his standards, not having a great year.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's leading all players, not tight ends, all players.
Well, we try to act like it's not a popularity contest, but it is.
Yes.
It definitely is. But, the Kelce brothers are just owning, and even, especially his brother, Jason.
Jason's a bigger star, probably making decidedly more money than ever at any point in his life. He's in every ad you see on TV now.
Yeah, Jason and Travis have their own podcast, which that was like 90 million over 4 or 5 years or something like that.
Yeah, and they're doing national campaigns, and who knows what they're doing, maybe even locally out there. You can't flip on any sort of sporting event and not see a Kelce brother, most specifically Jason. Yeah. But, I guess, good on Travis. It is a popularity contest, and he's obviously popular. If you're going by who should be the leading vote getter, I could think of 3 quarterbacks in the AFC and a running back in the NFC.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? Well, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow,
absolutely.
And Saquon Barkley.
Well, and then also Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
I think he's got 17 touchdowns now.
Crazy. All right, Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, Daniel Jeremiah had some interesting thoughts on the Seahawks offense. We'll get into some of what he had to say coming up with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
All right, Brock, you talked about Ryan Grubb leading up to the game. What was the best part, worst part of his scheme?
Every day at 7:45.
The good was the consistent commitment to the run game over 4 quarters. The bad, the frustrating for me, out of 51 plays, I don't need to see RPO, and there were 3 of these RPOs to Tyler Lockett and Pharaoh Brown. I don't need to see that. And then obviously the ugly come out of a game without scoring a touchdown.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Huard can.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Elshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G-Sky. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Linebacker Ernest Jones has racked up 85 tackles, an interception, and a forced fumble since being traded to Seattle from Tennessee in late October. He's at the end of his rookie contract and will become an unrestricted free agent this offseason. Mike Macdonald spoke about how much they love having Jones here in his press conference yesterday.
We love him. We love him. He's a great player, and there's a poise to how he operates, which I respect. I think Guy loves football. Just, those are the guys that do really well here. I mean, he would do great in a lot of organizations, probably every organization. But I think he's a great fit here. We love him, and I think he loves it here too. So it's been great so far.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2024.
Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Our conversation with Seahawks kicker Jason Myers coming up at 3 o'clock, and then Mark Schlereth will join us at 4 p.m. as he does each and every week to close out the 2024 campaign for Wyman and Bob here. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, Daniel Jeremiah had some interesting thoughts on the Seahawks offense. He was on with Brock and Brady today. And he talked about a few different things here. He talked about, why is the Seahawks season over? Because of an interior O-line in flux and somewhat frustrated Geno Smith.
I would say the Seahawks season ended because of an interior offensive line that's still in flux. And I would say it ended because you have a somewhat frustrated Geno Smith who who tried to overcome some of the issues they had in front of him. So that's a long way of saying that to me was kind of the core issues. I think the defense, as you saw in that last game, I know the Bears stink, but the defense was consistent enough and the defense was good enough and trended in the right direction. I thought if you kind of pinpoint some of the losses, you'll see the combination of poor interior offensive line play, which led to a frustrated Geno Smith being a little too aggressive with the football.
So is there future there, though, Dave? Do we look at, okay, this is who they were this Olu's first year. He's not a rookie, but it's his first year being the guy out there. Bradford's still a young guy, started the year. He got hurt. He was out. You're throwing other people in there. You had a constant rotation, obviously, on the outside at right tackle, but he's just talking interior. And then Laken Tomlinson on the other side, not what we were hoping for. So do you feel like, well, they may have their answers at center and maybe right guard, and they need a new left guard, or maybe they don't have their answers at either guard spot or center? Or what do you think moving forward?
Yeah, I was really surprised by the left part of the line. I mean, the left side of the line. And Tomlinson, I just thought, I don't think he missed a snap even. Like him and Charles Cross both had down years. I didn't think Charles Cross was dominant. in the run game. And then I thought Tomlinson was going to be really good, and it just didn't work out for him. And maybe it's just not the kind of offense for him or whatever. But those are the two consistent characters on that offensive line, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't miss any games, and it just didn't work out. And then you look at the other side from the center to the right tackle. It was just a total revolving door.
You feel like Olu's the center?
Yeah, I think so. I think going forward, I think he'll get better, but I don't think, hopefully he's going to take a step, right? So, I think it's interesting to hear that from Daniel Jeremiah about Geno, because, I've said this about Geno, that he does have like a linebacker mentality. He's just kind of, he gets kind of angry, and he's sort of, he's fired up, and what did Pete call him? A hothead? I mean, I like that. That's okay, but I do think that some of the times that he had to get rid of the ball and maybe threw some passes that you didn't think he should were that frustration.
Yeah.
That he just, the frustration just built all year. Because, he wasn't getting protection, and there were so many times where he had to move around the pocket and, never had a clean pocket, it seemed like.
Jeremiah went on to talk about how they can fix the O-line. It feels like you don't have to spend premium picks to get those interior guys.
I actually think it can all happen in this offseason. To me, the tackles are fine. I think you can win with the tackles. To me, it's the interior three that needs to be addressed, and those aren't premium positions that don't require premium picks. You can attack that with day 2 picks and get massive upgrades. You can go into the free agent market and find an upgrade. I think that's 100% doable. And now you have to hope that once that gets upgraded, then Geno, cleans some things up.
Well, and he's talking about, day 2 pick, what have you. All right, so you spent a 3rd-round pick on Christian Haynes.
Mm-hmm.
Is he ready to assume that role? I would hope so. 3rd-round pick represents some level of belief that he's going to be that guy. So maybe you've got one of your answers there. Just asked you about Olu. He seems to think it's the 3 interior spots. Maybe it is. I don't know. Hopefully Olu could take that step forward, which would just leave the left guard spot. That'd be a lot better. Now, I'm not as confident in the right tackle spot as he seems to be, not because I don't believe in Abe Lucas. I just questioned his availability. Like, is he going to be a guy that has to be managed year in, year out, and he's not going to be a full 16, 17? Is it going to be more like hopefully a 12, 13 type thing? I don't know. I don't know what a fair expectation is. That's right tackle still question mark for me.
Yeah, I think it is for everybody. You don't know what's going to happen with his knee, and he came back, and the first couple of plays looked really good. First couple of games looked really good, but then, all of a sudden, he broke down a little bit, and I don't know if it was because he was getting tired or his knees starting to deteriorate a little bit. So, but yeah, I don't think you can count him as a solid right tackle just because of his health. As far as his playing ability and everything, yeah, I think both tackles are good. But as far as, his ideas about the guard, like a lot of times, like just look at Detroit, for example. They have a 1st-round center and 2 first-round tackles.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that kind of proves you can sort of get away with a guard that you help with a really good tackle or a really good center. So, hopefully that is the case, that they can fix it that way. I just know that in general, most GMs will say that's the toughest market is interior offensive line.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Hopefully some of the answers are on the roster, and they're just this year weren't quite ready. Again, Christian Haynes be the one I'd point to most clearly and see what he's going to be moving forward. Meanwhile, he thinks there's enough good happening there where just a few roster upgrades could be a whole different world for the offense.
I think if there was nothing to hang your hat on, if you never saw the flashes of the good, then you could say, okay, maybe we scrap this thing, 1 year in. I think there was good. I think you look at the passing yard numbers. They've had success putting the ball up in the air. The rushing numbers, I thought there were glimpses and flashes of that run game getting going. I think the offensive line changes they had, or the additions that they had coming down the home stretch helped the running game. So I think I think the numbers are almost on par with where it was the year before. They're about 500 short of where they were in 22. But to get to it, I think I've seen enough there where I'm curious to see where this goes with a few roster upgrades, because there were definitely good flashes, good moments throughout the year.
Yeah, I talk about especially the game down in Arizona, where, the offensive line looked awesome. They really did. I mean, it made like LeMaya, he looked like an all-pro in that game. I mean, for a rookie, he had some great blocks, and they ran for 176 yards. And so there were some flashes there. But I don't know, maybe, look, I think what we talk about with the Mariners sometimes, you're expecting guys to get better. I feel like that expectation is much higher in the NFL. When you get a guy like Olu, or you get a guy like Christian Haynes that's a rookie, that you just expect them to get better. They're going to get better. And, just because it's so hard to go out there and play your rookie year. And I think they went through a lot of offensive linemen that they didn't plan on going through just because of the injury problem and the retirement problem as well.
One quick one before the break here. Jeremiah just talking about how he'd view Grubb's offense and what he feels they need to do moving forward.
I would say it's almost a short and long offense where you're going to get quick and then you're going to get vertical. And I think for them to get to the next level, they have to get better. And that's not just in play design, but also in execution. When you watch these good teams and you see what they're doing in the intermediate level with all the different mesh concepts that they utilize to manipulate motions and shifts, to go along with that to complement it. But I would say that middle chunk of the field, and some of that, quite honestly, might be Geno too. Geno prefers to live, underneath and then trying to get the ball vertical. But I think there's more to be done in the intermediate in the middle of the field.
Yeah, but I can't disagree with him. I think Grubb goes into this offense with a lot to look at and a lot to learn. If he's going to be back, I don't know if they'll make any changes, if this is just going to be looked at as a learning year, a growing year, and attack next year with a different level of knowledge and obvious experience. So we'll see. But there's a lot of things I think could have been done differently, as many of our listeners would love to point out about Grubb in the offense. So there you go. Meanwhile, will 2025 be just as frustrating for Mariners fans as 2024 was? We'll get into that coming up with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Looks this way, being chased. Now he goes down. Jaron Reed.
It's a week-to-week league, and it's not always going to be sunshine and rainbows, man. Like gutting out a 6-3 win feels just as good as winning the game 44-41.
Williams going to get hit. He goes down. Shannon Owosu.
I mean, as a defense like ours, where we love to compete, we love to compete with one another. We love to compete with the offense. When one side's lacking more than the other side picks it up.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Oh, I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings plus special financing. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
Well, that seems to be a genetic thing. All the men on my dad's side of the family have bad backs. Since my mid-20s, it would swell up and I would lose range of motion, and it was very, very painful to stand or walk, and so I had to miss work. So he went in there and gave me the stem cell injection, and it's great now. I get to keep all my original equipment, if you will. No permanent loss of range of motion, in and out in a day. That's totally worth it. I couldn't recommend Dan Nelson more highly.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000, or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Innovation is at the heart of every Polestar car, and their electric SUV Polestar 3 is no different. From the intuitive infotainment system to its head-turning design, Polestar 3 is for drivers unwilling to compromise. That means merging a spacious, luxurious interior with the torque and handling of a sports car. Visit Polestar Bellevue today for end-of-year lease offers and book a test drive for Polestar 3 at polestarbellevue.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at 3 o'clock, Jason Myers of your Seattle Seahawks will join us on the program here with Wyman and Bob. Seattle Sports on 710. You guys can text in throughout the show, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Again, if you're just tuning in at 4:30, we are going to turn you over to college football action. The Fiesta Bowl, Penn State versus Boise State, will be taking place. So we will turn you over to that game. Just a programming note for tomorrow. We are off. It's New Year's Day. So you'll have a full slate of bowl action happening right here. Seattle Sports on 710 starting at 10 a.m. with the Peach Bowl, Texas versus Arizona State. Then at 2 p.m., you've got the Rose Bowl, Ohio State versus Oregon. And then 6 p.m., you've got the Sugar Bowl, which is Notre Dame in Georgia. You going to be watching all those, Dave?
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. What is El Hombre? He says, like, Notre Dame du Lac or something like that.
I don't know. I'm excited about some of these games.
Wow, that was like that's all the energy I can muster. I don't know.
I don't know. I can't keep track of how long.
I don't know.
Today, I'm excited for the Fiesta Bowl. I mean, Boise State, kind of local, I guess.
Kind of local. The other sort of local. By the way, the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl is in the books, and it was a pretty riveting ending to the game. The Huskies drive down the field, and they pull within a point with the fourth touchdown pass of the day from Damon Williams Jr., 35-34 with, what, I think 6 seconds left, 8 seconds on the clock, and they go for 2 to take the lead, and the ball gets batted down in the end zone.
Yeah.
And then they almost recover the onside kick. They got the kind of kick you want. The ball's popped up into the air, and it's bouncing around, and they didn't come down with it. So the Louisville Cardinal win 35-34 over the Washington Huskies.
And you asked me, what would you do? Would you go to overtime?
Yeah. I mean, you're 6-6 team. I probably would have gone for it too.
Yeah.
It's you're not in the college football playoff. It's not. Yeah.
Let's get this over with. Let's get it over with. Let's win this game now.
Yeah. I mean, a great day for Williams. He had 26 of 32, 374 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick. He also led the team in rushing. He had a rushing touchdown, 20 carries, 48 yards, and a rushing touch. So big day for him. It's amazing. The guy on the other side, Harrison Bailey, 164 yards passing and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And they win. And they're dumping cereal all over the head coach now.
And didn't they say something about how that was like a record that Teddy Bridgewater had?
Yeah, there was a graphic up there on the screen, like the first Louisville quarterback to throw for 3 touchdowns since Teddy Bridgewater or something. Yeah. Maybe they meant in a bowl game. It flashed up there quickly. But yeah, so congrats to Louisville. Washington made a game of it. They were down by 14.
I totally get Jed Fish going, okay, let's just win it right here.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. You say a football game typically comes down to one play anyway. Let's make it right now instead of going into overtime. Plus, the other thing is, he's got to gauge, the fatigue or whatever of his team and whether or not they're somebody that can. What are you pulling? You pulling a Wyman over there? Is that what's going on?
Wyman, little bit of moisture over there.
A little spill over there.
A little spill. Yeah.
Anyway, so that was I was with Jed Fish on that one.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with that. I'm certain if you took to social media right now, Dave, they'd be going, "What an idiot! What was he thinking?"
Why would he do that? Right.
Yeah, but anyway, that one is in the books. Meanwhile, David Schoenfeld was on the station with Bump and Stacy this morning. He's talking baseball. And he was talking about how it's got to be frustrating for Mariner fans to see the AL West doing what it's doing, taking a step back, yet they haven't really taken a step forward.
I think that gets into what's frustrating with being a Mariners fan right now is that window is clearly there, right? Houston is not what they were a couple years ago, but the Mariners, and plus, as I've told you guys before, this is the time when you have that young starting pitching before it gets super expensive, that in theory, if the ownership, and that's who's to blame here, had just bumped that payroll to 170, 180 million rather than sort of this 140, they'd have such a better chance of not just winning the division, but making a run into the postseason.
Sing it, sister.
Thank you, David, for just sort of encapsulating everything that we've thought.
Yeah, echoing our sentiments. Yeah, he's right. I mean, it's just
the West is down. And you have pitching that's going to get really expensive here.
Yep.
And there is a time frame on it.
And we've been talking about the window. Exactly. It is. The window is slowly closing just in terms of their price tag. The price tag is going to change here. And you've got to take advantage because one thing's been made clear. They're not eager to spend a whole bunch of money. So you've got 4 pitchers who, at different times, everybody's on a little different time schedule, but ultimately you got 4 pitchers who are going to command big dollars if they continue the way they are, barring injury, barring some major setback. They just continue to progress. Incredibly young and progress this way, they become very expensive. Very expensive. So
if you're another team, do you look at the Mariners and go, yeah, I get that their window is closing, but they've been able to develop starting pitching. They've been able to draft and develop starting pitching. That's not really their problem.
If I'm another team, do I think that? Well, yeah. I mean, I think you look at it and say that's an organization that if you're going to point to a spot they've excelled, it's with whether you want to talk about starters or just bringing in kind of a guy off the street reliever that nobody's heard of or looks like they're washed, they're past their prime, they're not very good. You look at the numbers, this guy's got a 5.5 ERA. Who's he? And they just seem to have a knack for turning those guys into really effective pieces. Not superstars maybe, but Sewald seemed to be a bit of an outlier, a guy who looked like he was washed. He was older. He had flamed out with the Mets and then comes here and all of a sudden he becomes a star closer and you trade him. So,
but I'm talking about like Miller and Gilbert and Wu and Kirby. I mean,
they've never done it like this, though.
Yeah.
Not 1 through 5. They've had guys. We've talked about it, whether you're talking about developing Felix or some of the other young guys throughout. Randy didn't develop here. I mean, he became Randy here, but you got him from Montreal. Right. So, they've had other good pitchers throughout their history, but to the extent of which they've got now, this is an anomaly. And I don't expect that this is just who they are moving forward. Well, just take one out. They'll just throw another one in. I think it's more likely you're going to find guys like in Emerson Hancock, who probably is a legit 5, right? He came up. He was effective when you needed him. He kept you in the game. He's not dominant. He doesn't have strikeout stuff. He's not going to blow away the opposition, but maybe he seems like more your prototypical 5 in a 5-man rotation, and maybe that's more of what they're going to have to deal with moving forward if they end up moving one of these guys. But yeah, they are in an incredibly unique position right now with those guys in terms of cost, where they're at in their career. He also went on, David Schoenfeld did quickly, he addressed the third base spot because that's a need for the Mariners, and he just talked about not a lot of availability out there at that spot.
Obviously, there's a hole at third base. I mean, Dylan Moore, a nice utility player. I don't think you want to pencil him in for 600 at-bats as a regular third baseman. But the problem is, outside of Bregman, and Seattle's not going to pay for him, there's not really any third baseman out there unless you trade for Nolan Arenado. So I don't know how they plug that hole at third base. Second base, my instinct tells me they're hoping Cole Young is ready. Maybe not coming right out of spring training, give him a couple months in AAA. So I think that's their plan, that the second half of the year, Cole Young is playing second base.
Okay. I'm excited to see him. I don't know if that should be your plan to get you to the postseason, relying on a rookie. Maybe he comes up and he's a house of fire and he's a superstar. That'd be great, but I don't think that's something you bet on when you're talking about being a team that was a game away. We need that push over the edge. Is it this kid that's not played a major league game yet? Could be, but that doesn't seem like a really solid plan. So I don't know what their plans are there. Third base, I don't know. Not a ton of options there. They let Rojas go. He was not a productive guy in the way of driving in runs and that typical power spot. He wasn't that. You didn't have it at either corner spot, really.
Bob, you're looking at it all wrong. You should be looking at it like this, that like there's a flexibility of different infielders that we need.
Yeah.
That we can. I'm trying to piss off the texters for the last time in 2024.
Well, we can go back and find that cut from Justin Hollander where he made it sound like such a positive. I mean, a lot of flexibility. We could go second base. We could get a third baseman. We could get a first baseman. Yeah. So many opportunities.
So much room for activities.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. So there you go. There's a little input from Schoenfeld there on the Mariners. Meanwhile, time to check in on Dave's favorite position when it comes to football players. Seahawks kicker Jason Myers will join us next. It is Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
The ball is intercepted. It's rolling. And the Seahawks are going to win this ball game.
This Sunday, the Seahawks take the field for their final game of the season.
Williams going to get hit. He goes down. Shannon Owosu.
Coach Macdonald wraps up his first year with a winning record, bringing excitement and hope for the future.
Trick toss near side to Swift. Gets hit in the backfield and drops. Guess who? Witherspoon.
Seahawks, Rams. Kickoff 1:25 at SoFi Stadium. Pre-game starting at 10 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be-in-the-room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com. No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be-in-the-room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2024. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back, I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Let's go! This This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Dallas Cowboys making a roster move as they waived their number 3 all-time leading rusher in Ezekiel Elliott, marking the second time the Cowboys have released Elliott in 3 years. He was released after the 2022 season for salary cap reasons, spent 23 with the Patriots, and the Cowboys made the move now to give Elliott a chance to join a playoff contender if he clears waivers. So he is no longer on the team and is there to be had. Meanwhile, the Huskies come up just a bit short in the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl against Louisville. They lose 35-34. With under 10 seconds to go, they score a touchdown to bring them within 1, go for the 2-point conversion. It gets batted away. Big day for Tamon Williams Jr., though. 26 of 32, 374 yards, 4 passing touchdowns. He also had a touchdown rushing, led the team in rushing with 20 carries, 48 yards, but they come up a point short, 35-34.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, unfortunate circumstances over the weekend. Seahawks eliminated from the postseason, yet they still have one game in front of them against the hated L.A. Rams. We get a chance to speak to a member of this team joining us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Kicker Jason Myers is with us. How are you, man?
How you guys doing?
We're kind of bummed. I mean, I think like you, every fan, everybody who covers this team was hoping for, a postseason and watching all those games over the weekend. Were you following? You needed like 3 of those teams to lose. It was a weird scenario. The strength of victory was the tiebreaker. Were you caught up in all the games and who was winning and losing?
Definitely. Just spending the weekend with the family, but definitely had all the games on from Saturday night on. So, it's a bummer. Obviously you put in so much work and you always want to get a chance at the playoffs. So, just kind of unfortunate that, it played out this way. So.
Hey, Jason, did you have a pretty good, at what point did you think you guys were going to be in the mix as far as a playoff team? Because everything's pretty much new coaching staff, new players, things like that. Was there a point where you're like, okay, I think we got a chance here?
Yeah, I mean, from the beginning, really. When Mike came in, we're not trying to rebuild. This organization doesn't like that. So we were fighting from April on. So, the team, the coaches, everybody in the building, we put in a lot of work. So, from the beginning, we knew we would be in the mix and would hopefully have a chance come December. So,
Jason, I would imagine, every other player on this team is looking back at past games and going, man, if I would have just made a tackle here, or if I would have caught this ball, or if I would have thrown this ball, or whatever. Your opportunities are so much fewer than everybody else. Obviously, you're not out there tackling and catching and throwing and all that, so your opportunities are really limited. Are you somebody that will go back and look at, wow, if I made that kick or if I made this extra point or what have you?
I mean, you always do at the end of the year, but, you can't dwell on that stuff really too long. You just got to keep moving forward and keep fighting. So, at the end of the year, personally, I always go back and watch really every single kick. But, in season, you do all the work throughout the week, show up on whatever game day it is, and, you put your best foot forward, and then you show up Monday and ready to get better no matter how the game went the week before. So, in the off season, you obviously look back, but, you just got to keep working forward because you can't look back and dwell on anything that happened in the past.
You look back on the games this year, Jason, what was the toughest place to kick that we either went to, or was it a couple of occasions at home? What was the toughest that you had to face as far as conditions, the atmosphere, all that?
I mean, it's always tough kicking at home. Obviously been blessed enough to be here for a while now, so learning our stadium and using that knowledge. But it's at home's always a tough place to kick, but you go to some fun places on the road with some good atmospheres, and the challenge of that always is exciting, and it's fun when get out there and we get our opportunities to, like, for myself and Stoli and Dicko to perform out there. So every week brings different challenges for sure.
Jason, what do you work on in the off season? We talk to other players and they'll be like, I got to get stronger. I got to, put on pounds. I got to lose weight. I got to get quicker, what have you. What do you work on?
Yes. After the season's done, I just take 6 weeks off from kicking. Take like a week off from working out and just enjoy some family time. But kind of get back into the weight room, just trying to get, strength and speed, really in the whole body. And then, start working on, little things that I remember from the season and how I want to better, and just always, keep pushing forward. I've come up with a good routine over the years for my off season. So that's kind of my base. And then I kind of work off that as needed.
Hey, Jason, tell us about what you learned as far as the kickoff goes, just the dynamic kick. And, is there things because we talked to Jay Harbaugh at the beginning of the year, and there was lots of things that, he was kind of like, yeah, I don't really know how that's going to go. Tell us, like, as far as the kickoff, the things that you can do to affect that play. Did anything change? What was like the biggest surprise? Tell us about that whole experience.
Yeah, it was definitely different. We're trying to figure out, early on what we want to do, and then, as the season starts, you're trying to figure out what other teams are doing, what works well for our team, what's working well for other teams. But for my position specifically, it really was just about placement. Obviously, hang time doesn't matter anymore with the new kickoff because, you can't start until the ball hits the ground or someone catches it. So it's really just placing the ball, in certain spots, and that's more just off the depth of the kick, the location of the kick, and then kind of tinkering with things off of that with, how teams are lining up on the other side and what they want to do, what we don't want them to do, and just kind of, working off of what look we're getting, and then putting our other 10 guys in position to make plays off of the look we're getting, really. So it was similar to what we had thought. A lot of teams hit a lot more touchbacks this year than I think most coaches and teams thought, but I'm interested to see what they do next year, if they move kickers back or if they move, kind of tink with it a little bit. But, we'll see.
Jason, will you work on your punting in the offseason? Because you almost got thrown into emergency duty there when Michael Dixon had the back issue flare up, and I know you were practicing out at the VMAC a bit. How confident were you, if you were called upon, that you would be able to pull that off with some relative success?
I probably will not work on it in the off season. I think that's the first time since me and Dicko have been together that I even thought about having to go in for a punt. But I would have got the ball off, maybe given us 38, 40-yard punt and see what happens.
Seemed like during the preseason, Jason, that there was going to be lots of kickers making tackles on the kickoffs. And I know it happened in the preseason down in when you played the Chargers, and there was lots of worry at one point that maybe the kickers are going to be getting hurt because they're having to make tackles, things like that. How did that go for you? Did you end up getting in any collisions that bothered your body at all, or was it pretty clean for you?
Yeah, obviously the first kickoff of the preseason made that tackle, and I was like, oh man, I'm going to be making like 10 tackles this year, but it didn't really play out that way. The Jets game, I got kind of beat up on with their kickoff return, and then the very next one I had to make another tackle. So, and then possibly having to go punt. That was probably the only rough game when it came to the tackling part of it for myself, but. Our guys did pretty well all year covering. I think we were first in kickoff coverage for a while there. So, definitely thought once this rule changed and looking at whoever it was, the XFL that did it, there was a lot more tackles for kickers. But, there really wasn't as many as I think we thought for kickers going into the year, making tackles.
So, Jason, going into this final game of the season, how tough is it to get fired up, do you think, for everybody? I'm sure there's some guys that are looking at this as an audition. You're playing for a roster spot next year, or obviously you want to have good film out there, but just knowing that there is no playoff, is this kind of a deflating week?
Knowing that we don't have a chance at the playoffs, yeah, it's a bummer, but in the end, it's the NFL. Everyone's always watching what you're doing, so I don't think our team will have any issue with that. Personally, I won't. You got to take advantage of every game that you get in the NFL, so it doesn't matter if it's a game like this or if it's for a playoff spot or a playoff game. You're professional. You have to work all week and show up on Sunday, so that's our game plan. That's for sure my game plan, so be ready to go.
Jason, I think as a broadcaster, the Rams, I hate that place. It's so freaking loud down there. They're PA announcements and everything. It's just ridiculous. Is there a place, that you really don't like going? What was the worst place that we went to this year for you?
Like I said earlier, I enjoy, when you're playing, obviously at home, I love playing at home, with our fans and stuff, but when you go on the road and you go into some loud environments, I really enjoy that. That's what you play football for, and it kind of brings a little smile to your face, and you just enjoy the atmosphere. You get, when we're warming up on the sidelines, you get people screaming at you on the sidelines, and a lot of times just look over and smile at them, and yeah, it's enjoying the moment, really. So I wouldn't say there's tough spots, and then you get some outdoor games on the road that are tough weather, and you just got to kind of look at it like it's a good challenge and figure out how you can overcome that challenge. So.
Well, Jason, we always appreciate you taking a few minutes with us. Thanks so much for that, and we wish you the best this weekend. And it's a tough week, I'm sure, for a lot of people, but hopefully you end the season with one more win than you had last year. There's still that on the board. So thanks so much as always, man.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it, guys.
There you go. There's Jason Myers of your Seattle Seahawks. If you guys missed any part of that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com.
That dude doesn't let anything get to him.
No.
I mean, he doesn't have any rituals or anything. I mean, we always go down on the sidelines to act like big shots, me and Rabel.
Yeah.
And, go down there and chat with people, just see,
see if they know who you are.
Yeah, that too.
I used to do what you guys are
maybe
doing.
Get on TV. And what kind of plays you running? What are you thinking about today?
We used to run a play like that back when I was playing. I don't know if you knew that.
I don't know if you knew. Yeah. But, I mean, and he's always down there, and he doesn't care if somebody's around. He doesn't seem very particular. He doesn't have any superstitions or anything like that. And he's got a cool story. I think the reason why he played football was in high school because he was a soccer player, and one of the kicker got hurt on the team. So he ends up going, and then he went to Marist. I think it's
Marist. I believe it's Marist.
I think you're right. Some school back east, and then he finds his way into the NFL. So, and he's been pretty solid.
And he was almost a punter this year.
That's right.
As I remember Brady, after that game, Dixon was still questionable, and Brady had some footage of him out there working on punts at practice.
Yeah. Well, and did you see the game last night? Did you see the kicker from Detroit, what he was doing? He was like,
and he was laying on a softball.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, that made Troy Aikman start giggling.
Well, because the look on his face, he looked like he was like either, "Ow, this really hurts," or "Oh, this is ecstasy." And that's the way he was moving.
And Troy Aikman could not stop laughing.
Yeah,
about
he became 12 years old.
But yeah, because the guy he had his tongue out. He was like, making this weird face.
Yeah, it was one extreme or the other. Either that hurts a whole lot or that really feels good.
And I think he was rolling his hip like on a softball.
Yeah, on a softball.
Yeah. So, kickers, they can be a little on the goofy side, but they have totally different way, obviously, of getting in shape and getting ready and things like that. And so, yeah. But, I think it was, Dixon. I mean, he had like a full body cramp going on or something.
What was his back?
Spasms.
Yeah, the back. I can relate to that, man. When you get back spasms, you're incapacitated. So good stuff from Jason. If you guys missed any of that, again, it'll be on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, we played some cuts earlier from Daniel Jeremiah. He was talking about a bunch of different things. He got into, talking about Geno Smith, which is going to be a hot topic in the offseason, certainly, because we don't know. He's got 1 year left on his deal. We don't know how he's going to handle it. Is he going to demand?
Want the extension?
I want an extension at X amount of dollars. Are the Seahawks on board? Or are they, hey, that's too rich for our, we have no idea how they feel about the situation or really how he feels. He wants to be back. He wants to be paid. He's got 1 year left on the deal. Would he hold out? We'll get into all of those conversations moving on. But Daniel talking about, getting into his picks on the year and kind of breaking down, and you could do this for any quarterback, right? You could go through every pick from him, from Mahomes, from Burrow, blah, blah, every quarterback and go, well, this guy ran the wrong route. This one was tipped. This was a bad ball. You're going to do that with every one of them. And that's what he did with Geno's.
A lot of them, he's under pressure. He's scrambling. He's got to not give into that urge to try and make this superhuman hero throw. So that was 8 of the 15. 4 of them were tip balls, which to me, that's just luck. 2 of them I'll give to DK Metcalf. I think maybe the only receiver that I give 2 interceptions to this year, but there's 2 routes that I put on him watching it where he's drifting. Yeah. So you've got 8 of them on him, and then you've got 1 where he's hit 4 tips and 2 on a wideout. So I don't think it's as bad as the number looks when you're up there with the league leaders in interceptions when you break it down. But those 8 forces, those 8 kind of hero plays, he's got to dial that down going into next year.
Yeah, I think that's part of it's the mental side of his game that he needs to not be so stubborn and, try to force something in, as Daniel Jeremiah talked about. But, I think also, can you understand a little bit as far as the frustration that he gets just because of, you remember he had the center step on his foot a couple of times, and then he had, lots of dirty pocket, where there's just pressure right away and he has to adjust. And then all of a sudden that screws up your entire, progression of how you're going through it. So, but again, still, that's something that, look at Caleb Williams. Every time you want to make that excuse for Geno, Caleb Williams had 5 interceptions and 6 now, and 57 sacks, or is it 67? 67 sacks.
And his line is, to me, worse than at least they were that night.
The numbers indicate that they're worse.
Brutal. They're brutal. Jake Curran was their starter. Former Seahawks old lineman. And he helped the Hawks out, by the way.
Jake Curran, by the way, when I remember it was
Reed.
Yeah, Jaron Reed was like licking his chops, like, oh man, I can't wait to play against this guy. So that's.
I would like, and we asked Mark this before, and again, Mark Schlereth will be with us at 4:00 today. But we asked, or you might have been gone that day. I was just like, how many good O lines are there really in this league? And I can't remember. He didn't really specify. Well, this one's good, this one's bad. He kind of made it sound like most of them are bad, to varying degrees of bad. The Bears are probably the worst I've seen, just in terms of watching a game from beginning to end. As bad as we feel about the Seahawks, I think the Bears have it worse. So what made it impressive is that you got a really bad O-line there, a rookie quarterback, and he didn't turn the ball over at that rate. So, it's the problem. I think the bigger problem for a lot of people with Geno is, the number of interceptions. You can explain away this one, that one. The touchdown passes. You got other guys that have thrown as many, right? You've got Baker Mayfield's thrown 15. Geno's thrown 15. Difference is Baker's got 39 touchdowns this year. 39. Even Kirk Cousins, who's got 16 interceptions, has one more touchdown pass, and he's done it in 14 games. He's got 18 touchdowns. Geno's got 17. And you got a nice set of receivers there in JSN and DK.
Especially DK. You would think he'd be able to go up and get one, right?
Yeah, that's the part that I think gets to some people is like, all right, if a guy's going to put the ball up that many times, it's going to get picked off. That's what happens. But give me the other side. Balance that out. I can't have it 50-50 like that, where it's close to 50-50, 17 touchdowns, 15 picks. If you're going to do that, 15 picks, give me what, Baker's got 39 there. You look at some of the other leaders. I mean, even Bo Nix as a rookie, he's got 12. He's got 25 touchdown passes.
Yeah.
Do they have better receivers than JSN and DK Metcalf in Denver?
Yeah, well, and to me, I guess I don't count touchdowns that much, or I don't look at it that much. I look at more completion percentage. You know, because you can't really control if a guy, catches a, 4-yard pass and runs 30 yards, 50 yards, whatever. So the number I look at anyway is completion percentage, and it's 70, which is very good. But the interceptions on the other side of it, that's where those two are key to me, and that's where I think you just need to be a little bit more patient. And I understand that. It means getting, and if it means getting sacked 69 times, I mean, you look at, or 67 times, you look at Caleb Williams, he's probably pretty much made of rubber, right? At 22, 23, and Geno's 34, 33. So it's going to be, a tougher hit for him, basically.
All right, coming up, we're going to look back on some of our favorite highlights of the 2024 sports year. That is coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Looks this way, being chased. Now he goes down. Jaron Reed.
It's a week-to-week league, and it's not always going to be sunshine and rainbows, man. Like gutting out a 63 win feels just as good as winning the game 44-41.
Williams going to get hit. He goes down. Shannon Nwosu.
I mean, as a defense like ours, where we love to compete, we love to compete with one another. We love to compete with the offense. When one side's lacking more than the other side picks it up.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings plus special financing. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
Well, it seems to be a genetic thing. All the men on my dad's side of the family have bad backs. Since my mid-20s, it would swell up and I would lose range of motion, and it was very, very painful to stand or walk, and so I had to miss work. So he went in there and gave me the stem cell injection, and it's great now. I get to keep all my original equipment, if you will. No permanent loss of range of motion, in and out in a day. That's totally worth it. I couldn't recommend Dan Nelson more highly.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000, or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings plus special financing. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
A lot has been made of the 15 interceptions Geno Smith has thrown this year and the critical times in which some of them were thrown. How concerning should that be moving forward? NFL Network's Daniel Jeremiah broke it down on his weekly visit with Brock and Salk.
He's got to not give in to that urge to try and make this superhuman hero throw. So that was 8 of the 15. 4 of them were tip balls, which to me, it's just luck. 2 of them I'll give to DK Metcalf. There's 2 routes that I put on him where he's drifting. Yeah. So you've got 8 of them on him, and then you've got 1 where he's hit 4 tips and 2 on a wideout. So I don't think it's as bad as the number looks when you're up there with the league leaders in interceptions when you break it down. But those 8 forces, those 8 kind of hero plays, he's got to dial that down going into next year.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland has purchased $3 million worth of certified used and pre-owned vehicles on the lot ready for you to test drive and take home. The largest selection of certified used and pre-owned vehicles during Toyotathon can only be found at Toyota of Kirkland. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at 4 o'clock, Mark Schlereth will join us on the program. Make sure you stay tuned for that. Can't think of a better way to close out 2024 than speaking with Schlereth, who will come with some fire. By God.
He's also a bit of an offensive line expert.
That's right. Yeah, we'll talk to him about all of that. And we took a stroll earlier in the show through what Matt titled the film room of doom. So on the negative side, and some loved it. Some said, can't you find some positive Rabel cuts? Can we play Beastquake? Can we play? But it's part of the season. It's part of the season in review. Now we did go through to find some positive moments, just sports wise, for the local five, the local teams here in the Mariners and the Seahawks and some of the better moments, if you will. And so let's give people this. How about Derek Hall, the TD fumble recovery against the Falcons? Let's hear that.
Boye Mafe is in there in an inside rushing position. Robinson stays in the backfield for Atlanta. Cousins scrambles left side, gets hit, goes down. Mafe, ball comes out. Ball rolling, picked up far side. It's Hall down the far sidelines. He's going to score. Touchdown, Seahawks. Derek Hall on the sack by Boye Mafe. Cousins coughs it up, and Hall goes the distance.
That's big.
Well, he's been doing it for like 50 years, but and he's next to me. I maybe I'm a little biased, but Rabel does such a great job.
He does. He does a really good job. And what's funny is there's no noise from you there, but on the bad plays we hear you. Oh.
Well, I told Matt to try to find the one. Hopefully he'll be able to pull it up here. But there is one where I screamed out.
On a positive side?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
there's more than one where you screamed out, Dave. It's going to be hard to track just one down.
This one might be the highlight of the year for the defense, though, right?
Yes.
This one right here.
No question.
Big Cat with the first of all, it's on the road. It's against his former team. It's against Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
And then, what is it, 94 yards, 90, whatever. Hearing him talk about at the 50-yard line, he's looking for somebody to give the ball to, and just an amazing play by Leonard Williams.
Hall stays in the backfield. Again, 3 receivers near side. Adams is slotted on the right. Blitz is coming. Throw inside. It's picked off. Leo Williams coming near side. He's running like a racehorse. He's at midfield. Turns upfield, has blockers. Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks.
Love the voice crack.
Boy, that was, would you say 94 yards?
Yeah.
That disappeared in a very short period of time.
Yeah.
He was going, 18 miles an hour or something like that. But
big old dude like that.
Yeah, that call there, like he just goes from setting up the play to all of a sudden, oh my God, he's running like a racehorse.
Leo Williams. Love it. Love it.
He hated that, and I'm like, I love that part of it, man.
Fans love that.
Yeah.
Our guy Goldie gets kind of squirrely about when his voice cracks.
Yeah.
Like, people love that. That's a humanizing moment. That you're so excited. You're just in it. You're in the moment, and that's what comes out. It's great.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Great. So there's a couple of highlights from the Seahawks, and we want to throw a couple highlights in there from the Mariners. Wasn't a disastrous season. They didn't get to the postseason, but you had some good moments in there. Our guy Logan Gilbert, when you do good things against the Astros, it should count as twice as much. And he went in this game. He goes 8 innings, allows 2 hits, no runs against the Astros, and they end up beating them. This is back. Do we have the date on this one? This was back in May, right, Matt?
Yes.
I think it was back in May against the Astros, but they end up beating them 5-0. But just an absolute gem from Logan Gilbert.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a one-hopper to the shortstop. Dylan Moore's got it behind the bag. Steps on the bag. There's one. His throw to first in time for the 6-3 double play. That's going to retire the side. 8 scoreless innings thrown by Logan Gilbert tonight, and he's given up only 2 hits along the way. Holy smokes, what a night for Logan Gilbert.
Again, on the road against the Astros, delightful.
Yeah, absolutely. And from one great play-by-play guy to another. Steve Rabel to Rick Riz.
That's right.
But, that was early on. Remember, the Astros were struggling.
Yeah.
And we went
that was
down
fun
there
for a while.
Yeah, it was fun.
That was pretty fun. And then we had this back in September. Julio with a 3-run home run that puts Seattle out in front.
And the pitch on the way to Julio. Swing and a well-hit ball deep to left field. Langford going back to the one. He tracked to the wall, looking up, and goodbye baseball. Julio Rodriguez with a 3-run home run to straightaway left field. It's now the Mariners 4 and the Rangers 2, number 17 for Julio Rodriguez.
So in that same game, he did it again, Dave.
1-1 rather, swinging a fly ball out to right field. Garcia is tracking it on the warning track, and this ball is gone over the wall. It's an opposite field home run for Julio. It's a multi-homer night. Julio has homered in back-to-back at-bats. He just shot it over the wall in right field. his 18th home run this year. It's 6-2 Mariners.
So good moments for Julio there.
That's enough for Julio. Let's get to the real hero.
I said, Matt, we got to get a Cal Raleigh highlight in here. Dave's going to go storming out of the studio. And it was a big home run year for Cal Raleigh. And this one, he comes up with a 2-run shot in the bottom of the 5th to put him up 4-0.
The pitch on the way to Cal, swing and drive, deep to right field. Where is this going to land? Oh my goodness, off the facing of the Hit It Here Cafe. Cal Raleigh with a long home run to straightaway right field. Goodbye. Baseball number 25 for Cal Raleigh. Their Mariners add 2 more, and it's now the Mariners 4 and the Mets nothing. What a drive by Cal Raleigh.
We were feeling pretty good in that Mets series, I remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a good one. He leads the league as far as hitting the windows in the Hit It Here Cafe, doesn't he?
Feels like he's got that dialed in.
Bouncing him off of there.
And that's, if you've ever been out there, you realize how far away that is. Like, you're looking at home plate, squinting, going, wow, that really is a shot from there. Yeah. But he's hit it with some force, and then he did it again. And this is somehow the Yankees broadcaster made his way into this play-by-play, the voice of the New York Yankees.
Last time up, swing and a drive, deep to right center. That baby's way gone. Big Cal. Another 2-home run performance. He drives in 3, and the Mariners have blown this baby wide open. It is 10-1 Seattle. Goodness gracious.
You think he'll still have that same level of enthusiasm for a Cal Raleigh home run when it happens against the Yankees?
Yeah. No, probably not. You know, it was cool. I got a chance to, Rabel was FaceTiming him when we were, I don't know, we were on the road recently. I can't remember where we were. But, him and Dave Sims were FaceTiming, got a chance to say hi to Dave. And,
that's cool.
Yeah, and it'll be cool to see him. I like that he's 71 years old and he's just launching a new career.
Yeah, he's from New York, so good on him, man. And got no issues with that, and we're obviously joking around about it, but it's a dream job for him to be the voice of the New York Yankees, and good on Dave Sims. All right, coming up, Bill Belichick isn't in the NFL anymore, but still has some ideas for the league. You're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We subscribe to it's a team pass rush mentality, so it's all 11 guys working together. We've also talked about our pass rush mentality is not, Leo is a phenomenal player, but it's not built around Leo. We're not going to just set everything up so he has the one-on-one. Now, there's going to be times where you're going to do that for sure. When you can see the productivity kind of spread out where people get stats in each levels, I think that's pretty awesome.
Don't miss the Mike Macdonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
For decades, we've been more than just roofing. From siding and windows to custom decks and gutters, we've been helping customers protect and transform their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing. I'm proud to announce our new name, State Roofing and Exteriors. The same trusted team, the same quality service, now with a name that says it all. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors. Your home, your way, held to a higher standard since 1968.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2024.
Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
Well, that seems to be a genetic thing. All the men on my dad's side of the family have bad backs. Since my mid-20s, it would swell up and I would lose range of motion, and it was very, very painful to stand or walk, and so I had to miss work. So he went in there and gave me the stem cell injection, and it's great now. I get to keep all my original equipment, if you will. No permanent loss of range of motion, in and out in a day. That's totally worth it. I couldn't recommend Dan Nelson more highly.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
During his weekly hit with Pat McAfee, Bill Belichick suggested the NFL should implement a draft lottery system to stop teams from tanking.
It's different than the NBA. You know, the NBA kind of rectified that by having a lottery. So even if you're the worst team, you're not guaranteed the first pick. In the NFL, that's not quite the case. If you are the worst team, you do get the first pick. And, you know, personally, I don't think it would be a bad idea for the competitiveness of the sport to do something similar to what basketball does, you know, with those lottery picks. I mean, you know, and then we wouldn't be having this conversation. Well, we might be having it, but there'd be, you know, other circumstances besides just your record. There'd be actually a lottery part of it. But that's not a decision for me to make. That's just a suggestion.
You know, I feel like the whole tanking idea is the least in football.
Yeah, I never got a sense that a team's going out going, all right, guys, we're not going to try that hard today, or
No.
we're going to start all of our backups, or I don't feel like I've seen that very often. Having said that, I wouldn't be opposed to it. If you want to put in a lottery system, go for it. Because maybe somehow the Seahawks would end up with a phenomenal pick in a year like this, where you're not in the postseason, you're not a playoff team, so maybe they would normally be picking, I don't know what, they're projected 18, 16, 17, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Maybe all of a sudden they're a top 10.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. I just don't think it's needed. I don't think, because, there's too many people involved. I mean, try telling a coach, hey, we're going to tank these last 3 games. Screw you, man. I'm trying to hold on to a job.
Yeah.
Same thing with a lot of the players. And, there's very few players that are in positions where, they can go out there and tank it and it won't affect their career. So, but no, I do like that idea, because then if you do have a particularly bad season, you get a chance to maybe get, like you said, a top 5, top 10 pick.
Sweeping the dial.
On Speak, Keyshawn Johnson called out Aaron Rodgers for asking to be benched mid-game.
You was 112 yards, 2 interceptions. You was sacked a bunch, and it was 33-0 or whatever it was. You decided to take your ball and go home because you wasn't getting your way. What's the difference between him and the dude in San Francisco? You quit on your team, man. You're being paid a lot of money to be on the field with your teammates.
You the one who want him to come back next year.
I did till I saw that.
I'm saying.
No, I thought he was on a mission to convince them that he should come back. Based on what he did yesterday, I don't want to be nowhere near him.
Could you guys talk one at a time, please? It makes it hard to understand who's saying what in that situation. But no, it's I like his peers going out there after him. It makes me laugh.
Did he ask to be benched?
That's the story.
That's the story.
Did he want it out of the game, I guess, because they were just getting their tails whipped.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm going to wait for somebody to pull me. I don't want to go tell the coach, I'm out of here. I'm too valuable.
I'm too valuable. Coach, you got to get me out of here. I'm way too valuable.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
Well, from Aaron Rodgers? Yeah.
Well, yeah, actually, yeah.
Sweeping the dial.
I can't wait for this.
During last night's Monday Night Football, Joe Buck had some spot-on analysis.
Look, I think right now the big thing is red zone. We got to finish with points offensively and defensively. We allowed them down there, and they're scoring 7. It was a good stop at the end, but that's really the difference right now. And then I told the team, the things that don't require talent, we've got to be at our best there, man. That's what we talked about. We got to be at our best. And look, San Fran, we know what they are, man. It's a good team. They've had some injuries, but we knew this wasn't going to be easy.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. Good luck second half.
Thank you.
Lisa, Dan, thank you. Somebody get that man some tea. Sounds like he was going to go live in a van down by the river.
That's exactly what I was going to say. A van down by the river.
For those wondering what we're talking about.
Now, as your father probably told you, my name is Matt Foley, and I am a motivational speaker. Now, let's get started by letting me give you a little bit of a scenario of what my life is all about. First off, I am 35 years old, I am divorced, and I live in a van down by the river. Now, you kids are probably saying to yourselves, hey, I'm going to go out and I'm going to get the world by the tail and wrap it around and pull it down and put it in my pocket. Well, I'm here to tell you that you're probably going to find out as you go out there that you're not going to amount to jack squat.
One of the great characters of all time. That did sound like Matt Foley. That was Dan Campbell talking to the sideline reporter. He didn't have full voice, as you could hear, as he got more excited. It sounded like Chris Farley.
Was that Joe Buck that called him?
Yeah. Said, sounds like he lives in a van down by the river. I wonder if Troy's going, huh?
I don't know, man. Troy like I said earlier, had the giggles on.
Yeah, he really liked the kicker and rolling around on that softball.
Yeah.
But
he had a look of either pain or ecstasy.
Yeah, that's
on
right.
his face.
Yeah, but yeah, that was a great comparison. That was a great comparison.
Nice surprise, Matt.
It was New Year's. I figured we should do something fun to end out the year.
Most people are familiar with that bit, aren't they? Don't you think?
I don't know. I would think so. The 50-year anniversary is coming up of Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, that's got to be in there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the classic episodes where you got everybody else that's in the skit cracking up. Remember, it was Christina Applegate. It was David Spade.
Yeah, they could not stop
And they're
laughing.
just their hands over their face. They're looking down. They're cracking up through the whole thing, and Farley's just going for it. Just in the bell.
Smashes the coffee table.
Yeah. I can't see too well, Dad. Is that William Shakespeare over there? Is that old Bill Shakespeare? You know, Dad, I wish you could shut your big yapper.
Actually, we encourage him to write. That one, I think the other one, I mean, I know Wayne and Garth. There's lots of really good skits on Saturday Night Live, but the one where Will Ferrell is Alex Trebek.
I don't know if I saw that one.
You didn't see the Jeopardy one?
Celebrity Jeopardy?
Yeah.
Oh, is that with Turd Ferguson?
Turd Ferguson. Yeah.
Yeah. Burt Reynolds.
Joke name.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen that one. When is that on? Is that tonight?
Yeah.
Or is it this weekend?
Yeah, probably this weekend.
If I had to guess, it'd probably be on Saturday night.
Well, I didn't know if it was a New Year's Eve special type thing. Come on. Tomorrow's a holiday. Boy, look at Matt just coming at us like you.
That's how it's going to be this New Year's, huh, Matt?
That's how you're going to go into the new year. Snarky.
My 2025 resolution is to be even snarkier than I was in 2024.
Ooh,
I think I'm aiming to do it, quite frankly.
I think you have it in you. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to do that. So there you go. All right. Coming up, time to say goodbye to 2024 with this guy. He's going to send it out properly, right? This guy is always radio gold. Never want to miss Mark Schlereth, who's going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
All right, Brock, you talked about Ryan Grubb leading up to the game. What was the best part, worst part of his scheme?
Every day at 7:45.
The good was the consistent commitment to the run game over 4 quarters. The bad, the frustrating for me, out of 51 plays, I don't need to see RPO, and there were 3 of these RPOs to Tyler Lockett and Pharaoh Brown. I don't need to see that. And then obviously the ugly come out of a game without scoring a touchdown.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Huard can.
Call Beacon Electric today for a $59 special. Beacon Electric will shock you with the quality of our work and our low prices. Stop freaking. Call Beacon, 1-800-FREAKIN, or online at beaconplumbing.net.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Febreze.
So my home is also my office, and before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Beat the Clock is back. Get in on incredible savings during the Kendall Beat the Clock sales event at Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville. Shop hundreds of new Chevy trucks and SUVs in stock with thousands in savings. Right now, you can save $8,000 off MSRP on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab WT 4x4. Or get up to $5,000 off MSRP on any new 4-wheel drive 2024 Chevy Tahoe in stock. Chevy, together let's drive. You don't want to miss out on the deals. The Kendall Beat the Clock savings end the 31st, and time is running out. Shop Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville today. Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RG219964 and RR187747. Must be a Costco member to qualify for all savings. All factor rebates subject to change. Prices listed do not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sales, see dealer for details. Offer expires 1/2/25.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and now that the holidays are over, there's no better way to start the new year than to lose those unwanted pounds. We have a proven system that can help you lose weight and get healthy. Avoid the stress of doing it on your own. No drugs, no injections, just teaching you how to reset your metabolism and turn your body into a fat-burning machine with lasting results. Using real healthy foods and lifestyle tips will help you lose weight, lower inflammation, and improve your metabolic health. Now's the time to end the cycle of weight gain and frustration. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
I know it sounds hard to lose weight, but Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can make it easier with great recipes, a ton of support, and they'll keep your emotional state where you are dropping the pounds.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. It doesn't matter where you live, you can do our program in person or virtually. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the 49ers had a scare last night as Brock Purdy went down with an elbow injury and didn't re-enter the game. They had additional testing on his elbow, in which he injured in the loss to the Lions, and it showed no structural damage and that there are no long-term concerns with the elbow. According to head coach Kyle Shanahan, his quote, "It's a right elbow contusion with nerve inflammation. He's most likely going to miss this week, but no long-term issues. The UCL looks fine." So he is expected to miss the season finale against the Arizona Cardinals. Meanwhile, the initial list of major league teams that expressed interest in Japanese right-hander Roki Sasaki stretched to 20 teams, according to his agent. Sasaki, who's the young pitcher that will join one of these teams at some point in the second half of January, currently back home in Japan. They did not provide many specifics during a conference call with the media, only to state Sasaki met with, quote, "a set few number of teams over these past few weeks and will make a decision at some point between January 15th, when the new international signing period opens, and January 23rd, when Sasaki's posting window closes."
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Blue 80, set up! And I snap the ball, and there's just this horrific splash.
It's time to join the stink tank.
The analytics people that I hate your guts. They don't play football, they play quarterback. I'd be the easiest guy in the world to kidnap.
Mark Schlereth. It stinks! Every Tuesday with Wyman and Bob.
As we've been saying, we couldn't think of a better way to close out 2024 than having a conversation with this guy. These will be our last moments of broadcast during 2024, and when we return, it'll be a new year, so how better to do it than to bring this guy in on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Our buddy Mark Schlereth is with us. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Brings a tear to my eye, saying goodbye to 2024 with our buddy Stink.
You going to be okay?
What, are you in a bathroom? What's going on there? There's a lot of... Are you on a speakerphone?
No. I was just I was pinning it to my shoulder because I was trying to do something. But I will give you my full undivided attention now. Because I am finished with that.
We appreciate that. Are you celebrating in New York? Or are you back home? What's on the agenda for the Schlereth family?
I am in New York. Celebrating, no. I will, as soon as this interview is over, I'm going to curl into bed and pretend I'm going to watch something on television, and then I'll fall asleep within about 4 days. I've got this unique ability. I don't know how you guys are, but I've got this unique ability. As soon as my head touches a pillow, I can fall asleep within 30 to 40 seconds.
You're kidding.
I don't possess that ability.
No, I have. It's like my superpower. Like, it doesn't matter where I lay my head at any time of day. If I lay down, I will fall asleep within under a minute, 100%, just about 100% of the time. So it's as soon as I lay down in bed, I always act like I'm going to stay up. Like, I'll go, honey, you want to watch a movie? She'd be like, yeah, and I go, I'll find us a movie. And I mean, it's 30 seconds later. I'm out. She's like, I hate watching movies with you. Yeah. You're never awake. Yeah, I know.
Do you fall asleep in theaters?
By the way, I only watch movies I've already watched before.
Yeah. So
that's a key to life. I only watch movies I've already seen. That way I can fall asleep at any point, wake up 20 minutes later and go, oh, I like this part. Watch it for about 4 minutes and then go right back to bed. Like, it's the perfect technique.
Are you a guy that will fall asleep in a theater?
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't watch Moana 2 with my grandkids this weekend. No, I slept quite a bit. It was refreshing.
Well, he's a typical offensive lineman. He doesn't have a lot of thoughts running around up there.
There's not much traffic up there.
Yeah, there's not a lot going on up there.
Well, we seem to be developing more and more respect for old linemen as the season goes on, Mark, as we've talked about, because Seahawks are missing the playoffs. We'll see if they can improve the record from last year with the final game of the season against the Rams and get to 10 wins, but they've been officially eliminated. And I put out a poll question on my Twitter page, like, all right, these are the most popular complaints about this team. What's the biggest reason? Which of these is the biggest reason that the Seahawks are not getting to the postseason? And I put O-line, play calling, Geno/turnovers, and then they're just not good enough yet. They're just not that good yet. And O-line ran away with it. So everybody's down on the O-line play. As we watched against the Bears, it is not unique to Seattle. That was a dreadful O-line that the Bears have. So and I asked you this before, and I was trying to tell Dave how you answered it because you weren't very specific. I was asking you how many truly good O-lines there are in the league, in your opinion.
Yeah, I asked you this before, and you didn't answer it the way I like, so I'm going to ask it again.
Well, I couldn't relay it to Dave. I was trying to tell him what you said, but you had a long answer that wasn't – you didn't name, well, it's the Lions, it's the Packers. You had a different answer.
Yeah, no, I mean – it's such a unique position, and I always tell people, man, playing O-line is like being part of the secret mushroom society. Like, we're the only people that know what we're doing. Like, the head coach doesn't even know what the hell we're doing, and I will tell you, it's an epidemic across the National Football League, crappy offensive line play, and a lot of it has to do with technique, understanding, and I've told you guys this a million times, man. It is to me, it's the most unique position. It's also the most skilled position in football, and it just takes such an understanding of the entirety of the game, and it's the only place where five guys have to work together as one. And we always joked around when I was playing, like, all five of us could be doing the wrong thing. As long as we're doing the wrong thing together, the play's going to work. And there's such a unique connection that has to take place and has to transpire, and you have to work together. And frankly, the number one hire of any head coach, in my opinion, has to be the offensive line coach and the guy that puts that together. And it's just interesting. Like, the Lions are freaking phenomenal. and they've got Hank Fraley, who played in this league for a long time as their O-line coach. The Eagles are phenomenal. Jeff Stoutland might be the best O-line coach in all of football. Like, there is something to it. And when I watch games and I watch the techniques that are being coached, or the lack thereof technique that's being coached, frankly, for me, it's embarrassing. And you watch it and you have a lot of pride in what you did and pride in being good. And it's amazing. Like, the Broncos sacked Joe Burrow 7 times last weekend. 7 times. In 1991, as a member of the Redskins, when we actually dropped back and ran 7-step drops, that weren't play pass, so it weren't 7 and 8-man protections, we gave up 9 sacks in 19 games. 9 and 19. And, I mean, we had a bunch of 5-step and 7-step drops. The game is now 3-step drop, get the ball out of your hand, 5-step drop, no hitch. If we do a 7-step drop, it's 7 dudes in protection, tight end and running back, and 5 offensive linemen. And we're still not worth a crap as a league in general. And so it's hard to answer the question because as I watch it, there's 2 or 3 teams that are worth their salt, and most everybody really stinks because they just don't understand how the game's played.
Yeah, so you said Detroit, Philly. What needs to happen, Mark? I mean, I feel like the NFL is pretty good at fixing problems, but you hear more and more, and I think we heard this Mike Tice. We talked to Mike Tice, who was head coach. Obviously, he played here. We were teammates, and he was coaching in Minnesota. But he said, the problem with offensive line is coaching. So, they have tight end they have all these different, I mean, the quarterbacks seem to have their own little club. I mean, what about offensive line? I mean, does it take maybe the NFL trying to develop offensive linemen? Maybe it's obviously not really coming from the college ranks because nobody gets in a 3-point stance or anything, it seems like. But yeah, what do you have a solution? Is there anything you've thought of that could help, the quality, is just overall quality of offensive line play?
Well, 2 things, or maybe more than 2, but let me just start. Roger Goodell asked me this a year ago. Like, what are we going to do? Like, our $100 million, our $200 million, our $300 million quarterbacks are getting hurt. I don't know, Roger. Maybe we should start to practice. Maybe we should start putting pads on, hitting people.
Yeah, that's good.
Like, again, we bow down to people who hate our game. It drives me crazy. Dudes get hurt. That's the beauty of this game. Most people don't have balls enough to play it. It's just the way it is. And so, like, we need to practice. The other thing that they do in the NFL is that's, like, I call it the 80-20 rule. 80% of the guys make 20% of the money. 20% of the guys make 80% of the money. So when you get to an offensive line, you're paying a quarterback and you're paying a wide receiver and you're paying a top-flight corner and you're playing, an edge rusher, and you're paying the defensive tackle, and you're paying your left tackle, you know what ends up happening? You end up finding places to save money. Running back has been one of those things that has taken a hit in the National Football League. The rookie wage scale has allowed you to not pay running backs, right? You draft one, you use them up for 4 years, you dump him, and you get another one, and all the backups, you don't pay those guys. And backup offensive linemen. When I came in the league, Dave, and I was playing for Washington, we had not only our 5 starters, but every dude who backed up, every guy, had 3 or 4 years of starting at another team. And so if you lost a guy came in with 4 years of experience under his belt and could speak the language and knew what he was doing. Today, we've got, think about how idiotic this is. We're paying quarterbacks, $55 million a year? And your backup guard is a minimum wage guy who's in his first year making $550 because that's where you're going to save money. And that guy couldn't play dead in a Western. And when guys get hurt, that's who we have in front of our $500 million asset, our $250 million asset. We've got a dude from East Southern Western State, right?
Yeah, true.
Not sure where that's located.
It's all over the place.
Right. It's somewhere in the East Southern atmosphere,
Western
area.
states.
So, yeah. So I mean, you think about how stupid we are.
Yeah.
Like, to think about how stupid the league is when it comes to stuff like I don't know about you guys, but if I'm paying my top assets of $55-60 million a year quarterback, well then my next the guys I'm going to start paying next are the dudes that actually try to keep that guy safe.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow takes for me, watching Joe Burrow, I'd fire everybody over there. I go, until we start getting into an offense that we can actually protect the guy, it's really cool to watch him throw every down, and he's freaking unbelievable. But how long are we going to get to watch that if that dude is peeling himself up off the carpet every other down?
Yeah.
That's something we, Dave and I and everybody out here have sort of wrestled with when it comes to the conversation about Geno, because the Geno haters will say, well, look, you brought up Joe Burrow. They don't have a good O-line, and he's got 42 touchdowns, 8 picks on the year. And out here they go, well, the Geno supporters say, well, the line's so bad. What's he supposed to do? He's getting hit. He threw 15 interceptions this year. It's not his fault. All right, well, we just saw Caleb Williams, who's got a dreadful offensive line. He's a rookie. He only had 5 interceptions on the season going into that game against the Seahawks. He now has 6, and he's got more touchdowns than Geno, who's got 17 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. So it's not unique to Seattle is the point I'm making in terms of O-lines being bad and the quarterbacks having to deal with them. So how much of that do you put on Geno versus, well, what do you expect him to do when he's got nothing in front of him? How much blame, I guess, if you will, would you put on him?
Yeah, well, I mean, one, so we're saying that Geno and Joe Burrow are equal?
Well,
we're saying they're the same guy? Cause
some feel that if he were behind Cincinnati's line, he would be much better. And I'm like, I don't think their line is that much better. But
no, their line is awful. It's like, so I look at this and say, hey, man, what players do we have? Who are we invested in? And what's the best situation to put that guy in to have success? I say it all the time, man. Quarterback, sacks have become a quarterback/coordinator statistic more than an O-line statistic. Dude, how many times do you really get as an NFL player, NFL defensive lineman, how many legit opportunities do you get to rush the quarterback? 12 a game? Legit, that aren't 3-step drops where the ball's out on a slant or the ball's out on a swing pass, bubble screen, run action, boot keep game. You don't get many opportunities, legit opportunities to rush the passer. So then it comes down to how do you call plays and how does your quarterback bail you out? And is he athletic enough to, get on the edge or get out of, or climb the pocket and then get out or whatever the case may be. But again, Geno 2 years ago was tremendous. And it's not like Geno has forgotten how to play or Geno can't play, but Geno needs to be supported more than Joe Burrow needs to be supported. It's just the way it works. Not every guy is created equal when it comes to the way those guys play. So there's a lot that goes into it. And by the way, the development of young players in our league is atrocious. And that's, it's unfortunate, especially young players at the offensive line position. It's really hard to develop guys because guys don't get to practice.
Yeah, and you credit that to not going full speed, full pads, things like that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big part of it.
Yeah.
And so, and that's, that's what we negotiate for because we're idiots as players. We're complete idiots. We can't get more money or health benefits or anything like that, so we take less practice time. We actually we're like Apple with planned obsolescence. Every year a new iPhone comes out. That's what we do as players. We create our own demise. You know what? We can't get what we want, so we'll just take less practice time. Why am I going to pay an 8-year veteran $3 million who's a declining asset, is really not that good, when I can say, well, I can pay a rookie $550, and he's just as crappy as the other guy. Why would I do that?
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Especially the practice part of it. There's only one way to practice football, and that's play football. And they're not doing that during practice. So I get at the end of the year, Mark, starting to, cut down some of the contact and things like that. But, man, I thought that was a great answer for Roger Goodell, who I saw down on the sidelines the other day, and I thought about giving him a piece of my mind, but I didn't. Because I'll tell you what.
You couldn't spare it.
One thing is that the whole hip drop tackle thing hasn't really come to light that much. Have you seen any?
They called one the other day. The first one they called. Did you see the first one they called?
No.
It was the most innocuous, everyday tackle, and it was it in the game? I don't know. I called the game the other day that was like, if you came to watch officials throw flags, you found the right place. It was awful. It was like, hey man, everybody's coming to watch me throw these flags, and it's going to be amazing. But they called a hip drop tackle. I guess it wasn't the game I was calling. I can't remember. Like I go home and walk out the garage. I can't remember why I walked out there, but I'm just standing in my garage going, "Yep, it's my garage.
I was here for a reason."
But yeah, they called a hip drop tackle. That was it was the dumbest thing. Like, we just need to let that one go. Like, just let that one go, and we'll go. Hey man, chalk that up to us being idiots.
Hey, Mark, I want to play you this soundbite from Colin Cowherd and get your reaction to it. And he's talking about Sam Darnold moving forward. Take a listen to this.
So I had a conversation yesterday with a general manager in the league who said, "Yeah, you can forget Sam Darnold at $40 million." He said, "You're not getting Sam Darnold at $40 million. Sam's moved into the 5.0, 5.1. They're asking him to make big boy throws. These are hard. Even when they were leading late in the fourth, I'm like, guys, screen passes, lighten up. They're asking Sam, this is not dink and dunk. These are tough throws."
He's in the $50 million plus range off of one season. He's got 6 seasons where he's considered a bust, and he's just a backup on multiple rosters. I'm not trying to take away from his year. He's had a monstrous, tremendous year. But is somebody really going to go, well, that's who he is moving forward, so I'm going to give him $50+ million off one season? Does that sound right to you?
Does it sound right? No, but that's what the going rate is. And that's how desperate we are in this league for quarterbacks. Which is, it's mind-boggling to me that we're at this point, from a quarterbacking standpoint, that we're at this point. Because, we make it, like, by the way, like the MVP conversation, is it Josh Allen? Is it Lamar Jackson? Is it, Joe Burrow? Who's going to be the MVP? Why it's like the Heisman. Why it's become a quarterback-driven award, I have no idea. And every rule that has been created in the NFL in the last 10 years is to benefit the quarterback. Oh, it's so hard. Ooh, these guys are so brilliant. Ooh, we're going to throw a post with an over. Hey, if the safety comes down on the over, throw the post. If the safety goes high to take away the post, throw the over. Ooh, how are we going to figure it out? These guys are freaking geniuses. Ooh, quarterback, it's so hard. Oh, give me a break. We put one dude in conflict. If he plays low, throw it over his head. If he plays high, throw it underneath him. Oh, my God, how are we going to figure it out? They're brilliant. Give me a break. They're not that smart. They're a bunch of dumbasses just like the rest of us. So I would just tell you, again, for me, if I'm voting for Hall of Fame, if I'm voting for MVP, I'm voting for Saquon.
Mm-hmm.
And we get this Sam Darnold. Like, hey, listen, Sam Darnold, and this is the state of coaching in the NFL. Man, we got, just because you coach in the NFL doesn't mean you know anything about football. I mean, there's a lot of bad coaches. And Sam Darnold, the first time he ever got into any progression passing system, was halfway through his last year in Carolina when everybody got fired, when Matt Rule got fired, and they turned the franchise over. The head coach was Steve Wilkes, and I forget who the offensive coordinator was at the time, former Giants head coach. But anyhow, like that's the first time he was introduced to an actual legitimate NFL passing game. As a matter of fact, when he went and got drafted to the Jets, Jeremy Bates, who was Peyton Manning's offensive coordinator, was with the New York Jets putting in Peyton Manning's offense. And Kyle Shanahan told me, he goes, you know who could operate the Peyton Manning offense? Peyton Manning. That's it. End of story. And so that's what, like everybody goes, well, the guy was a bust. Yeah. Like, because what you're asking him to do is, like, there's no rookie that can do that. And so, like, we because a guy is really good, it doesn't necessarily fit. And I say this all the time, and I mean it. Like, it's 100% true. Put a dude in a position to fail. Don't be surprised when he fails. You're the dumbass that put him there. Like, you asking me to – like, you're asking – if at the end of my career, if Mike Shanahan's asking me to pull and, you know, run power and run counter and do all the things I did as a young player, like, that's dumb because I can't run anymore. Man, my knees are so shot. So, like, don't put me in a position to fail. But a lot of coaches just put guys in positions to fail because they think, well, this is my system and I'm tried and true and I'm so smart and I'm brilliant. Listen, if you're playing in the NFL or you're coaching in the NFL, genius and coaching or playing are mutually exclusive events. They don't coincide. You're not a genius. Coaching, you're not again. Hey, if the guy plays up, throw it over his head. If he plays deep, throw it in front of it. Like, it's not genius. It just isn't.
Oh,
he went out with a bang.
He did.
Went out with a bang.
He just as reliable as it gets. Mark Schlereth, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect way for us to close out 2024 on this show. Mark, we appreciate you, man. We love you. Have a fantastic new year. Hopefully you'll be up beyond 7:30 your time out there.
I will be. But I'm just going to guarantee you right now, I will be asleep inside 5 minutes.
It's a gift. You should definitely appreciate that gift because I have the opposite problem. So
I'm going to brush my teeth and I'm going to snuggle in. You're at a certain age when the only thing you can think about. I've been thinking about getting my sheets in bed alone since 4:30 this afternoon. I was like, oh my God, it's really good. It's gonna be good.
Oh God, Mark, you're the best, man. Happy New Year to you. We'll talk to you next week.
Happy New Year.
Thanks, buddy.
There you go, Mark Schlereth. Everybody, how do you top that?
We can't. So let's go to the bowl games. How about that?
All right, there you go. There's Mark Schlereth. If you missed any part of today's show, including Mark, including Jason Myers or anything else, you can find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab. Scroll down to our picture, click on that, and you'll find it waiting for you right there. Don't forget to click subscribe. Coming up, you got the Fiesta Bowl, Penn State versus Boise State. Have a great night, everybody. Happy New Year to everybody out there. Stay safe. We'll talk to you on Thursday live from the VMAC. Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
The ball is intercepted. It's rolling. And the Seahawks are going to win this ball game.
This Sunday, the Seahawks take the field for their final game of the season.
Williams going to get hit. He goes down. Chenanwosu.
Coach Macdonald wraps up his first year with a winning record, bringing excitement and hope for the future.
Trick toss near side to Swift. Gets hit in the backfield and drops. Guess who? Witherspoon.
Seahawks, Rams. Kickoff 1:25 at SoFi Stadium. Pre-game starting at 10 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto. Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto. Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Cougar basketball is back.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to go as far as they can in the game. They want to get their education. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Coach Riley and the Cougs are ready.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
We are Wazoo. It's only on your home for Cougar basketball.
Catch the Cougs all season long on AM 770 KTDH.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED. And it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Beat the Clock is back. Get in on incredible savings during the Kendall Beat the Clock sales event at Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville. Shop hundreds of new Chevy trucks and SUVs in stock with thousands in savings. Right now, you can save $8,000 off MSRP on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab WT 4x4. Or get up to $5,000 off MSRP on any new four-wheel drive 2024 Chevy Tahoe in stock. Chevy, together let's drive. You don't want to miss out on the deals. The Kendall Beat the Clock savings end the 31st, and time is running out. Shop Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville today. Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RG219964 and RR187747. Must be a Costco member to qualify for all savings. All factor rebates subject to change. Prices listed do not include taxes, type, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of it. Subject to prior sales, see dealer for details. Offer expires 1/2/25.
We now join our regularly scheduled programming on Seattle Sports.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Harry Douglas here. Say goodbye to bulky, clunky shavers that clutter your bathroom. Not only do you get an incredible shave, Panasonic's Palm Razor has a sleek, elegant design that adds a touch of sophistication to your bathroom. It also conveniently charges with a USB cord. Visit shop.panasonic.com/sports to shop for the Palm Razor. Use promo code Harry for 10% off exclusively for ESPN Radio listeners. That's shop.panasonic.com/sports, promo code Harry.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
FX's Say Nothing.
We thought joining the IRA was the noblest thing a person could do.
Northern Ireland, 1971.
They could beat us, they could shoot us, but the one thing they could never get us to do was talk.
Based on the true story and the New York Times bestseller.
You were taught that you were fighting in the name of the people. And I think people should know that it's all lies.
FX's Say Nothing. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and ESPN app.
Jim Baskell back on College Football Live. Kickoff for Penn State, Boise State moments away. Winner plays Georgia, Notre Dame. Winner quickly around the country. Kinder's Texas Bowl. LSU 44-31 over Baylor. Garrett Nussmeier throws for 304 and 3 scoring strikes. ReliaQuest Bowl, Michigan 19-13 over Alabama. Sacked Jalen Milroe 5 times. Forced 3 turnovers at the Tide quarterback. Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, Illinois 21-17 over South Carolina. Josh McCray ran for 114 and 2 touchdowns. And the Tony Tiger Bowl won by Louisville 35-34 over Washington. Harrison Bailey, a trio of scoring strikes for the winner. Ashton Jeanty again needs 132 rush yards to pass Barry Sanders for the most all-time in a single season in college football against an awfully stingy run team in Penn State. Jeanty on being underdogs coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing new. I mean, nobody had us picked to come to the playoffs. I mean, they had us picked to win the conference like they do every year. But in terms of, I guess, going against what you call the Power Four or the more elite teams per se, nobody ever has us picked to win. So just the same mentality, what we've been doing. We've already proved people wrong, but, you know, we still got to do that. We still got that chip on our shoulder, and we're still fully aware that, you know, people are counting us out.
Yeah, Jeanty against that stingy Penn State run defense. That's what you have in this first college football quarterfinal playoff game. For the call, let's send you to Glendale with our team of Lauren Sisler, Max Starks, and Mike Cousins.
Jim, thank you very much. The lights have just been turned back on here inside State Farm Stadium after they were dim for the team introductions. It's Boise State in the end zone to our right, Penn State along the sideline to our near left. Two teams that are eminently familiar with this game. For Penn State, their history goes back before this game was even played in this building, because the first year it was played here was 2007. And Max, Boise State 3-0 in this game. And for Penn State, this is the bowl game in which they've appeared the most, a perfect 7-0 record for the Nittany Lions in the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, combined 10-0 between the two squads. And, you know, tonight we'll see their first loss, whichever team that's going to be. And I think that's pretty special when you think about teams that have had success. I look at like the Ohio States who don't have success here at the Fiesta Bowl. It's quite different for Penn State. And, of course, we all remember Boise State and, of course, the Statue of Liberty play. Funny enough, this stadium, when this game happened, was only about a third of the way full because everybody left. They thought the game was over by halftime, and then we saw one of the most memorable plays in college football happen. And I think with these teams representing in this first ever 12-team playoff, getting to the quarterfinal here, and, of course, kicking things off, this is a perfect stage for both of these storied programs in the Fiesta Bowl especially.
And Boise State, as a group of 5 teams, certainly feels like we just heard Ashton Jeanty has the chip on their shoulder. Lauren Sisler, every team is always looking for motivation, and Penn State has found that in a 4-letter hashtag.
Our friends, is real. The hashtag is LTFI. What does that mean? Lock the beep in. And where does that derive from? Well, Coach Franklin made a viral moment before the Maryland game when a fan screamed out like, hey, we'll see you in Indy, and that was when Michigan beat Ohio State. But he wasn't happy about that because he said, look, like, we don't need those type of distractions. His team is standing there in the tunnel, and he wants to lock them in. So what does he do? He screams that out. LTFI, now the new hashtag that you see on shirts everywhere. And I'll tell you what, this team coming in with the mindset of 1-0, and they are locked the beep in.
And Boise State has had its own viral moment as well that you can see on thousands of T-shirts here inside the stadium tonight. And those shirts say, please count us out. Spencer Danielson, their head coach, who's the third first-year head coach to reach the college football playoff. He's only 36 years old, a remarkable story for a guy who was a Division II football player. And his introduction to Boise State was watching on TV as a high school senior in that 2007 Fiesta Bowl upset over Oklahoma. So they have shirts all around that say, please count us out. Neither of the coaches intended for those moments to go viral, but these fan bases picked up on it, and it's carried them here to this game here at the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, thinking about this, both these teams are in the quarterfinal. They have their own phrases. Now it's, does the storied blue blood of a Penn State overcome the counter-outers, right? You know, this team that seems to have been on the national stage since 2007, even when they've been undefeated, they're like, why can't they go into this game? Why can't they get an opportunity? Well, now they got that shot, and, of course, they've ran with it, and now they're here tonight, and, of course, led by that phenomenal back, a Heisman Trophy finalist, and Ashton Jeanty, and the rest of this Boise State team taking on Drew Aller and, of course, the Penn State Nittany Lions.
And the setup here tonight inside State Farm Stadium, the home of the Arizona Cardinals, is a white hexagonal logo at midfield that reads Fiesta Bowl. It has the sun and some cacti on there. The Verbo logo at either 25-yard line. The end zone to our right is a base blue that reads Penn State in white lettering. And off to our left is an orange rectangular end zone that reads Boise State in blue. The Nittany Lions, always a traditional and a classic look. White helmets, white pants, blue jerseys with white numbers. And for Boise State, now in their 4th Fiesta Bowl appearance, the same uniform combo they've worn every time in this game is blue helmets, white jerseys, blue numbers, and orange pants. Penn State wins the toss. They defer. And so Boise State will start on offense. Gabe Wosu is the kickoff specialist for Penn State. He weighs 285 pounds. He's a big fella and can boot it quite a ways. And it's Latrell Caples, the wide receiver, standing about 1 shoe length into the end zone to our right. So these crowds are ready to go. Perhaps here in the early estimate, maybe a 55-45 split in favor of fans. And that leans toward Boise State here in Glendale, Arizona. Wosu's kick goes from left to right. Caples lets it go, and it bounces on the P in Penn State and out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. And the Broncos begin 1st and 10, going from right to left at their own 25-yard line. This is the biggest test they have faced this year. 39 points a game, the third highest scoring team in the country, 470 total yards of offense per game. Can they do it against one of the best defenses in the country in Penn State?
Well, we're going to see very quickly. Ashton Jeanty is the focal point, and they are lined up ready to go.
And he is the single back. Ball is on the far side right hash. Two tight ends, tight left of the formation. Maddox Madsen, the quarterback, is under center. The motions Caples tight to the formation. Handoff Jeanty. Veers left. He gets met at the line of scrimmage and swarmed. Pushed all the way back to the 20-yard line. He gets forward progress to the line of scrimmage. Jalen Reed and A.J. Harris from the secondary stood him up. They didn't take him down. That's pretty hard to do, but they did limit him to no gain.
They did, and then a great job also by Danny Dennis Sutton off the edge to disengage from left tackle Cage Casey and be there to block up the outside, which is one of Jeanty's favorite things to do, is bounce to the outside.
He ran for almost 2,500 yards this year, and now it's second down and 10 at the 25. Madsen, the short quarterback, listed at 5'10", is in the gun. Takes the low snap, looks left, throws, and the ball is caught at the 30-yard line by Prince Strawn, and he jaunts forward to about the 38-yard line and does get the first down, a gain of 13 yards as the corner A.J. Harris makes the tackle.
The Bahamian-born one, 6'5", Prince Strawn, is a very tall target, and this is what Maddox Madsen's going to have to do today to really loosen up the box. The Penn State Nittany Lions are playing an 8-man box right now because they know that Ashton Jeanty is the threat. So Maddox Madsen's going to have to make some quick decisions and get the ball out and loosen it up by throwing on those type of downs.
Minute 15 into the first quarter. Boise State on offense. First and 10 at their own 37. Jeanty, the lone back, takes the handoff up the middle, jukes left, and is down around the 40-yard line. So that's a pickup of 3 yards there for Jeanty against this Penn State defense that allows 100 rushing yards per game, 7th best in the country, and the best among remaining teams in the playoff.
Yeah, this is the top defense against the rush, so you're getting the top rushing team versus a top rush defense. This is where this game can be won and lost for Boise State or Penn State.
Second down and 7, Boise State. Pre-snap motion, two tight ends go from wing right to wing left. Two receivers out to the far side right. The ball is on the near left hash. Madsen gesticulates, sends Strawn out wide to the right. Takes the snap, back at his own 31. Throws off his back foot, and it's caught at the numbers near side. Matt Lauder, the tight end, makes the grab at the 35-yard line. A catch of 25 yards, and it's into Penn State territory. The safety, Zachy Wheatley, makes the tackle, and the Broncos are quickly right back up to the line of scrimmage. First and 10 of the Penn State 36. From under center, it's play action. Madsen is back, steps up in the pocket, feels the heat, goes between the hash marks, and gets twisted forward at the 34-yard line. Jalen Reed, the safety, spins him to the ground. That was chaotic, and he still made it a 2-yard gain.
He did. Pressure came off the left side from Cage Casey. You saw off the edge Abdul Carter applying the pressure. This is what Maddox Madsen does so well. He climbs the pocket, keeps his eyes up, and then tucks it at the very last minute and gets positive yards. Rarely does he take a negative play.
The quarterback had only 2 Division I offers coming out of high school. Second down and 8. Boise State at the Penn State 34. From the shotgun, handoff Jeanty. He runs up the left hash and gets maybe a yard as the safety Jalen Reed makes like a seatbelt with his arms and wraps right around his waist. So they've done a good job so far there. And now 3rd and 7 coming up on swarming to Jeanty very quickly.
And a great job of keeping good edge discipline as well and not breaking down until they know Jeanty has the ball in his stomach.
2 receivers either side for Boise State. 3rd and 7 at the Penn State 33 on the game's opening drive. From the shotgun, the quarterback Madsen goes up to bark out in command of the offensive line. Claps his hands, takes the snap, and he floats it to the right. Jeanty's got it in the flat at the 37, hit at the 35, breaks a tackle, slips another, gets to the 30, and falls forward about 1.5 yards shy of the first down marker. Tony Rojas, the linebacker, got him at the knees to knock him down. And it'll be 4th down and very short here for Boise State, and they bring the field goal unit on.
Yeah, very easy decision here. 2.5 yards shy, it looks like, when the side judge came in and marked it. But a very, very, very good first drive. And Boise does exceptionally well if they can score first. So we'll see if they can make this field goal.
It's Jonah Dalmas, the 5th-year place kicker from 45 yards. Ball is on the right hash. The kick from right to left. It is up, and it is hit at the line of scrimmage and knocked wide left. Never had a chance. And Penn State stops Boise State on the game's opening drive. 10:41 in the first quarter.
And that was pressure. It looked like from the left side, somebody over between the long snapper and the left guard jumped and got a tip on it, and just as it left the foot, you could see Jonah Dalmas have a sigh on his face like, I missed it, and it hooks out of bounds to the left.
88% in his career as a place kicker, but 0 for 1 today. So 10:41 in the first quarter. Boise State comes up empty, and Penn State goes on offense for the first time when we return. You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
I figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Welcome back to Glendale, Arizona, inside State Farm Stadium. 10:41 to go in the first quarter. Penn State and Boise State are scoreless. Mike Cousins and the two-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks up in the booth. Lauren Sisler is down on the field. A 45-yard field goal try from Boise State's Jonah Dalmas, shanked well wide to the left on a 4th and 2. And so here comes Penn State, 12-2 on the year, 8-1 in Big Ten play. Losers to Oregon in the Big Ten title game. Their quarterback, Drew Aller, 6'5", 238 pounds, stands in the shotgun. 2 receivers to either side. Here on 1st and 10 as they come left to right from their own 28-yard line. On 1st down, he takes the snap, hands it off. Nick Singleton runs to the near side right, rumbles forward just shy of the 30-yard line. A gain of almost 2 there for the junior, who was their leading rusher this year. 928 yards on the ground and 8 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, this is going to be one where you're going to see Penn State just try and wear down this front for Boise State. They outweigh their defensive line by a good 20 pounds per person. So look for them to be physical at the first and then try and get some of those pop opportunity passes as it presents itself.
10 minutes to go first quarter. Snap is back to Aller on 2nd and 8. Slings it to the near side on a quick throw. Caught at the 35-yard line by the tight end Luke Reynolds, the freshman who makes just his 7th catch of the year. And a quick toss there from Aller. Completed 69% of his passes this year. Best completion percentage in Penn State history. It's now 3rd and 2.
And this is what he's going to do. You want to tenderize the defense. Get some low stuff. Get the check down stuff. Don't be afraid of just getting positive yardage. And that's what they usually do in the first half. And then they start delivering kill blows in the second half.
A running back to either side for Aller in the shotgun. 3rd down and 2. He takes the snap. The handoff goes to Katron Allen up the near side. And he breaks across the 40 to the 45-yard line. And he gets knocked down for a 1st down. He got a good burst there with some blockers in front. Alexander Tubner, the safety who is returning, not fully healthy today. He was injured in early November, was their leading tackler at the time, and they want him out there for as many snaps as they can get today.
Yeah, they don't expect a full game from him, but they expect at least half or a little bit more, trying to get him back into game shape. They don't want him too worn out defensively.
So 1st and 10 from their own 45 for Penn State. They started with the tight end Tyler Warren in a wildcat, and now it's Aller And he takes the snap and a handoff and another powerful run up the near sideline for Nick Singleton across midfield to the Boise State 47-yard line. 2nd down and 2 coming up with 8:42 to go and a scoreless first quarter here at the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, Marco Notriani on the tackle.
Handoff 2nd and 2, and it's Singleton off to the right side across the 45 down to the 44-yard line. It was 2nd and 2. He gets 3 yards, a first down. The defensive tackle Braxton Feely makes the stop. And Max, here just early in this first drive for Penn State, what are you seeing as far as the physicality along the lines?
Well, I'm seeing that Penn State wants to go right at the teeth of this Boise State defense and really attack the defensive tackles. I mean, you did get a big play by by Singleton on the outside zone, but it looks like they want to try and pressure in the middle.
Pistol formation. First down and 10 at the 44-yard line. Warren, the tight end, wing to the near side right. Handoff. Allen cuts around the right side to the 40, across the 30, cuts back inside, and it takes 2 defenders to take him down all the way to the Boise State 21-yard line. 23 yards on the run.
Run fits, run fits, run fits. And that's going to be a theme here for Boise State. Smaller than that offensive line for Penn State. And for Katron Allen, he can dip and dive, but behind those guys, he's only 5'11", 229. I say that very tongue-in-cheek because this offensive line is all 6'3" and above for the most part, so he can kind of hide behind them. And if you're going to be Boise, you can't play the dip and dodge game by ducking into the wrong gap because they will make you pay.
Pistol formation, 1st and 10 at the Boise State 21. Aller tucks it away for Allen. Off to the left side, breaks a tackle to the 20, to the 15, and taken down from behind at the 11-yard line, right at the first down marker. That's a gain of 10, a first down. Ahmed Hassani in the defensive end was clinging for dear life for the tackle. 1st and 10 at the 11 for Penn State. Snap is back to Aller at the 20, sidearms it and throws it out of bounds toward the far sideline. Didn't like any of his looks as they rush to get to the line, and it'll be 2nd and 10 coming up for the Nittany Lions with 6:47 to go in the first quarter.
Yeah, I have to believe they wanted to target Tyler Warren on that one. He was running a backside post on that one, but he had double coverage on him. So after that first look, Aller looks to his left. Guys are in single coverage. Best thing to do in that moment is just throw the ball away.
This will be the 9th play of the Penn State drive. Their first possession of the game on offense. No score, Penn State and Boise State. 2nd and 10 at the Broncos 11. From the pistol, Aller, play action. Bounces on his toes at the 20, between the hash marks. Floats it to the back of the end zone, and that ball to Warren. It is caught! Touchdown! Penn State, 11 yards to Tyler Warren. And the Nittany Lions are on the board. 6-0 Penn State with 6:40 to go in the first quarter.
Great protection up front by the offensive line. Only a 4-man rush by Boise State. They drop into a cover 2 zone, and this was an absolute perfect teardrop. Dropped in his front shirt pocket, the backside 4, and then gets the left foot in for the touchdown for the Nittany Lions.
Extra point try will come from Ryan Barker, the redshirt freshman. 41 of 42 on the year for the left-footed kicker, who took over for Sanders Sahadak back in the first week of October after a rocky start. Snap is back, the hold is down, and the extra point kick is good for Barker. A methodical first drive on offense for Penn State. They go 72 yards in 9 plays, and it took 4 minutes and 1 second off the clock. So it's Penn State 7 and Boise State 0 with 6:40 to play here in the first quarter. This is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Timeout. Your body goals don't have an off season. GNC is ready to help you get a stronger start on the new year with help building more muscle and proven weight loss support. Need a boost? We're ready with GNC vitamins for your longest winter days. Want the best energy drinks? They're at GNC. Never tried creatine before? Get ready to be amazed. GNC coaches are ready to help you in stores everywhere, and you can shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. GNC, live well.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
It's a 7-0 Penn State lead with 6:40 to go in the first quarter here in Glendale, Arizona. Lauren Sisler is down on the field. Mike Cousins, Max Starks up here in the booth. Penn State caps off their first drive of the game with an 11-yard touchdown pass from Drew Aller to Tyler Warren. You know, we talked a lot coming into this game about Ashton Jeanty, the running back for Boise State, and for good reason. He was second in the Heisman voting, but Tyler Warren was 7th. That's the best finish by a tight end since 1977. Warren was the Mackey Award winner. That's the nation's top tight end. Here's what he did this year. Probably the only player who you could say this about. He caught a touchdown. He ran for a touchdown. He snapped the ball. He's taken direct snaps, also has thrown a touchdown, so it's no surprise to see that Penn State ended their drive with the ball in his hands in the end zone.
Well, and he's their most elite wide receiver on this squad, you know, coming in with almost 100 catches, 92 before that one, now 93 catches on the season. A number that's matched by an NFL player, and Brock Bowers, a rookie in the NFL. I think he'll have a similar type of trajectory when it's all said and done.
6'6", 260 pounds, one of just 2 tight ends in the country, over 1,000 receiving yards this year. So following the score, Gabe Wosu kicking away from left to right. This kick much shorter than his first, taken by Latrell Cables at the 5 between the hashes. Comes up the near side hash across the 20 and gets twisted down to the Bermuda grass at the 25-yard line for Boise State.
An important moment for Boise State. You got to answer here. You didn't have the success you wanted on the ground, but they had a lot of success on the ground as well.
6:34 first quarter, and it'll be Boise State's ball when we return. On their first drive, Ashton Jeanty, 3 carries for 4 yards. It is imperative for them to get him going, to get themselves in this game. Penn State 7, Boise State nothing. 6:34 first quarter. This is the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
In SEC country, the key to our confidence comes from having a goal and knowing just how we're going to get there. So in these pivotal moments, we come together for inspiration and a plan. Financial confidence in SEC country works that way too, when you and your banker get together to create your personal Regions Greenprint plan.
I think that'll really work. Thanks.
So let's huddle up, because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like when Boise State trailed by 7 points with 18 seconds to play and faced a 4th and 18 in the 2007 Fiesta Bowl. With a win probability sitting at a 0.1%, the Broncos pulled off a 50-yard hook and ladder play to force overtime and then won it in overtime 43-42.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
It's 34 seconds first quarter here in Glendale, Arizona. One drive on offense apiece, and it's Penn State 7, Boise State nothing. Winner of this game is on to the college football playoff semis at the Orange Bowl against either Notre Dame or Georgia. Mike Cousins, Max Starks in the booth. Lauren Sisler down on the field. We're going to see Ashton Jeanty on the second drive here for the Broncos, a guy who could have gone anywhere after last season and decided to stay in Idaho.
Yeah, Ashton Jeanty said he had a lot of unfinished business. He said, first, I want to rush for 2,000 yards. Check. Wanted to go undefeated in conference play. Check. Win a conference championship. Check. And make history by leading Boise State into the first college football playoff in school history. What do you put beside that? Check. So he had all the things in front of him. He wasn't ready to turn this one in. He's all Boise all day long.
1st and 10 for the Broncos from their own 25. Handoff. Jeanty's met in the backfield and drop. Denied. Dennis Sutton, the defensive end, does something that has rarely happened this year. It's only the 24th time in over 300 carries where Jeanty has been taken down behind the line of scrimmage, a loss of 2.
And a great job by Sutton to really get off of the edge. And this was one of the areas when we talked to Dirk Cutter and Coach Danielson about how this team plays. They were good about all 4 positions on the offensive line. Right tackle is the one that they've kind of had the revolving door at. So keep an eye on that matchup throughout this contest.
Maddox Madsen is in the shotgun, 2nd and 12 at their own 23. 3 receiver set. He's back at his own 14-yard line, feels the heat. Flag is thrown. He rolls to the numbers far side of the 10. On the run, zings it downfield, and that pass is incomplete along the far sideline. Josiah Azard, the defensive tackle, in pursuit, and the game's first flag. We'll hear from Steve Marlowe, the referee, whose preliminary indication is that the penalty is against Boise State.
Holding, offense number 77. Penalties declined. 3rd down.
And that's on All-American tackle Cage Casey, trying his best on an inside move to really hold him off of Madsen. Madsen had to retreat. He could not escape outside the pocket. He likes to climb normally, or he likes to escape out to his right. Could not do either, so he backs up. And unfortunately, a hold is called, but the ball was incomplete. So now we're sitting at 3rd and long for the Boise State offense.
12 yards to pick up the first down for the Broncos at their own 23-yard line. 2 receivers to the near side left. Jeanty the back in the shotgun. Madsen takes the snap. Pressure comes. Steps up in the pocket. At the 15, now to run. At the 19, and he goes down. Denied. Dennis Sutton gets the sack. The defensive end was on the ground and reached out to trip the 5'10" quarterback. A disaster of a drive for Boise State. Now 5.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. 4th and 17. They trail 7-0 and will punt it away to Penn State.
And this in-line defense has been smothering. That time, they showed 6 on the line of scrimmage, backed 2 off and made it a 4-man rush, but able to take the inside edge, and Sutton is having a day so far in these first 2 drives.
And we've got a whistle right as the ball got snapped back to James Ferguson Reynolds, the Boise State punter. He gets away a practice kick anyway.
Before the snap, false start. Offense number 23. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
You think they might be feeling a little bit of nerves here tonight?
I would say the jitters are kicking in for this squad, and I would say Oladipo, a guy who on defense is just an absolute monster for them, had a great Mountain West championship game, something that normally does not happen for a seasoned veteran like him.
So now, instead of punting from about the 5-yard line, James Ferguson Reynolds, the native Australian, is 2 yards deep into the right side end zone. He gets a shoulder high snap, boots it away with the right leg. Zion Tracy back to receive, waves for the fair catch, and makes it back at his own 44-yard line, where Penn State will take over. 1st down and 10 with 4:56 to go here in the first quarter. Look back at that first drive after that 43-yard punt. You don't want to read too much into it, but Penn State, 72 yards, and 55 of those were on the ground. They were showing something there.
Well, they were showing the 2-headed monster that they have in their backfield between Craytron Allen and Nicholas Singleton. Both of them having explosive runs in that drive. One of those capped off, of course, the big 20-plus yarder by Allen on an influence zone off to the right. He was very dynamic, and this offensive line did a great job of really just being physical at the point. And for Boise, they're going to have to find other creative ways of affecting the interior of the offensive line and breaking through, because that's where they want to run. They want to run between the tackles, really between the guards, really those A gaps and maybe out to the B gaps for the most part. But they will eventually, sometimes go outside. When they go into a 2-back split back set, they will take the influence zone and hit it to either side, left or right, depending on what the tight end motion is. Very effective to pin the edges and give them a shot on the outside.
As Penn State gets ready to take over on offense, we now pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
4:56 to go in the first quarter here at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Penn State with a 7-0 lead over Boise State. I'm Mike Cousins along with the two-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks up here in the booth. Lauren Sisler is down on the field. Boise State, its opening drive, a shanked 45-yard field goal. Penn State then came down the field 72 yards in 4 minutes to score a touchdown. Tyler Warren, the tight end, catching the touchdown pass. And Boise State just punted to give Penn State the ball 1st and 10 at its own 44-yard line. Penn State got here having beaten SMU in the first round of the college football playoff. 3 of the 4 sites in the first round frigid. It was about 26 degrees in Happy Valley when they played 10 days ago. Boise State is by far the more well-rested team after the Mountain West Championship game, in which they won that the 2nd year in a row. They've had 24 days off, so plenty of time to prepare for this. The question today for Penn State will be, can James Franklin, their head coach, who is 141 now in his 11th year, can they win the big game? They are 5-16 in his tenure against ranked teams in the college football playoff era.
Yeah, it's going to be a big task, but right now they got a great start, great starting field position for this second drive, almost at midfield. And like you said, I think they have a bead on this defense. And you said running the football, 55 of their 72 yards coming on the ground.
They got plenty of pressure this year. 51 sacks for the Boise State defense, 2nd in the country, only behind Mississippi. Drew Aller, the quarterback, 2 of 3 in the first drive for 17 yards. 1st and 10 from their own 44, going left to right. Aller back to throw, now steps up to run, gets to the 45, lowers his shoulder, and trucks right through Marco Notriani, the linebacker. Nice run there for Aller, who carries some heft, 238 pounds to gain 3 yards.
He's a very big target.
And they get right back to the line of scrimmage, hand off to the near side right. Katron Allen across midfield, and he is tackled at the Boise State 44-yard line. That is a Penn State first down. They have varied their tempo. They've gone slow. They're Aller with the run. They hand it off, catch the Boise State defense off guard. 4:20 in the opening quarter. Penn State 1st and 10 at the Boise State 44 and a 7-0 Nittany Lions lead.
Man, Drew Aller had to get rid of his sleeve and put his wristband back on hastily as time was ticking down.
He ran over to the near sideline, exchanged the gear, and now he stands in the pistol formation. He's got the tight end Warren wing right. Takes the snap, hands it off. Allen running right, and he is clobbered at the 40-yard line. Falls forward to about the 38, and that's a gain of 6 as Rodney Robinson, the defensive back, makes the stop on a 229-pound running back. What a luxury it is for the Nittany Lions to be able to alternate between Singleton and Allen in the backfield. 2nd and 4, Aller back to throw, lobs it deep down the near side to the end zone. It is caught! Amari Evans with a touchdown, a 38-yard spiraling rainbow to the junior wide receiver. And it's 13-0 Penn State, 3:35 first quarter.
This game is getting very, very loud on the Nittany Lions side. Everybody wearing white, towels waving in the air, and pom-poms as well. And that was just an absolutely beautiful teardrop. You think that first teardrop was good? That one from 38 yards was an absolute dime out of Drew Aller's arm.
And you've got to be able to do something that's going to surprise the other team. There are 14 games of film for Boise State to dissect. Both teams have done that to each other here with their layoff. 3+ weeks for Boise State, 10 days for Penn State. Here's the extra point for Ryan Barker to the uprights on the right side. And that makes it 14-0 Penn State, 3:35 in the first quarter. Drew Aller this year, he does not throw the ball deep. 8% of his passes traveled 20 or more yards this year. That was 122nd out of 127 qualifying quarterbacks. And that was an on-the-money throw to the back of the end zone where only Omari Evans could get it.
And this is what happens when it's do or die. Single elimination tournaments, you have to pull out the unexpected. You have to pull out, quote-unquote, the X factor in this game. And right there, Boise State, I'm sure, checked the film and saw that very exact same thing. Under 10% of his throws are long, so we're going to play a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage because of Allen and Singleton. And when you run the ball effectively, it sets up the play action, and you're able to take advantage of plays over the top. And Amari Evans just blew the top off of the two-deep safety coverage that Boise was playing.
Well, a striking difference with 2 drives in the books for both teams. That one just 4 plays, 86 yards, and 1 minute and 21 seconds. Gabe Wosu kicks off left to right, strikes it with his right foot from the 35-yard line, and the end-over-end kick is into the end zone. Latrell Caples lets it go for a touchback. The yardage that Penn State has right now with 3:35 to go in the first, you'd be pretty happy with that for the first half of a game. Right now, Penn State, in terms of total yardage, is sitting at 158 yards.
Yeah, a lot. And the most glaring thing outside of that, 103 of that has come on the ground, compared to Boise State, who has 2 drives, and they have -1 yards rushing in this game. A stark contrast from what we thought this game was going to start out.
Boise State 1st and 10 at their own 25. Started out 5 wide, and now they call Ashton Jeanty into the backfield, the running back to the left of Madsen in the shotgun. Claps his hands, gets the snap, and it's a quick throw, caught at the 30-yard line. 3 Nittany Lion defenders converge, trying to strip the ball away from the wide receiver Austin Bolt, the redshirt senior Boise native. Jalen Reed, the first one there. Smart play call there from Dirk Cutter, the offensive coordinator. Short drop, quick throw, and a gain of 7.
And change things up, especially when you go what I like to call the accordion. Went from 5 wides, came into a bunch right set, three receivers on the right, 1 on the left. Get a nice little quick throw to the backside on the ISO.
2nd down and 3. Will they go back to Jeanty here? 4 carries for just 2 yards. Shotgun snap, give it to him. Up the middle, he's to the 40. Spins to the 45, refusing to go down. Officially to the 44-yard line. That's a 12 yards for Ashton Jeanty, and it only seemed a matter of time before he would find a gap and start to take off.
And that was a beautiful job. I have to highlight Matt Lauder on that play, pulling around from left side in the wing position between the guard and the tackle on the right side, and putting a great hit on Dominic DeLuca to free that up for Jeanty.
2 backs in the backfield with Madsen in the shotgun. The fullback Tyler Crow to the quarterback's left, and Jeanty to his right. 1st and 10 at their own 44, going from right to left. Snap, handoff, Jeanty bounces to the outside, breaks 1 tackle, slips another, and he goes out of bounds along the far sideline. Got across the 45-yard line, and did the ball come loose at the end of that play? And now the officials say that it's Penn State's ball. So Jeanty lost the ball.
Yeah, Jeanty lost the ball, but I'm looking at who recovered it inbounds.
First down, Penn State.
Zakee Wheatley, is that who caught it on a one-hopper?
Waiting to get a second look at it, Jeanty was losing his balance, and as he went to the sideline, the ball got poked out by Kobe King, and it went right in the hands of Zakee Wheatley, the safety. You couldn't have had a more fortuitous bounce going to the sideline. More often than not, the ball goes out of bounds. Jeanty had it in his right hand. It bounced off the inside of his elbow. It sent it straight up in the air, and Wheatley was there to grab it.
Grabbed it and hastily got both of his feet down right in bounds. I mean, right at the line for out of bounds, and he just snatched it out of the air. It was a beautiful play, and now you're looking at another time. Just when Boise started getting things going, Penn State now has the ball once again with great field position to start this next drive.
The Nittany Lions already lead it 14-0 here in the first quarter, and they've got it 1st and 10 at their own 49-yard line on the far side hash mark. It's a pistol formation as Aller is ready to go with Singleton, the running back, behind him. They motion Harrison Wallace out wide to the near side right. Aller back to throw. Fires over the middle, and it's Wallace who makes the catch just shy of the 30-yard line. He's to the 32, 17 yards for Harrison Trey Wallace. And the Nittany Lions are sprinting back to the line of scrimmage. Singleton is the back from the pistol. And the ball is loose. Aller dropped it, and Boise State has fallen on it at the 35-yard line. Each team fumbles in the span of about 3 plays. Shea Oladipo in the secondary was the man on the scene, and Boise State erases a first quarter mistake in the blink of an eye with 1:51 to go in the first.
And it wouldn't be a party without Fiesta, right? I mean, this is the craziness that happens in this bowl game. You had Ashton Jeanty running a great job trying to get out of bounds, doing the smart thing, getting out of bounds. Ball gets popped up. Wheatley recovers, and then now a missed snap malfunction between Aller and his center, Nick Dawkins, and Shea Oladipo, who had a great Mountain West game, was in the backfield most of that game against UNLV, comes up with the recovery.
1st and 10 Broncos. They trail 14-0. They're at their own 35, going from right to left. Madsen out of the shotgun, throws an out route, and that ball is caught by Matt Wagner, the secondary tight end, on the far sideline. He's up to the 49-yard line before he gets angled out of bounds by Jalen Kimber. 14 yards for the tight end, who makes only his 9th catch of the season.
And you gotta love a tight end that wears a neck roll. That lets you know that guy's ready to party. He's in there for the fun. He wants to get nasty, but like you said, can also make a catch. And right there, great job of leaking out on a little out pattern and getting upfield for the first down.
Tight formation, everybody wing left. And now they motion Wagner, the tight end, out right. Toss it that way to Genty on first down. He gets swarmed in the backfield and pushed out of bounds. The corner, Jalen Kimber, was there as well to pursue. Minute 10 to go here in the first quarter. Genty, for the second time here in the opening frame, gets sent backwards, a loss of 2, to make it 2nd and 12 for the Broncos.
And D coordinator Tom Allen said this is going to be a swarming effect. We have to swarm. So as we saw, Dominic DeLuca there, Jalen Kimber, also Wheatley on the edge. That's what you're going to have to do. You cannot give Ashton Genty the edges of this defense, or else he'll make you pay.
7 carries, 19 yards. 2nd down and 12. They give it to him again over right guard. And it's 3 defenders pushing him back. Forward progress to the line of scrimmage, maybe. Deny Dennis Sutton, the defensive end, who's been phenomenal this year. Limits it to just 1 yard. It's 3rd and 11. And this is a situation that Boise State has not faced often this year because of how good Genty is. They are hardly ever in 3rd and long.
Yeah, they're hardly ever in these positions. They've been here twice already in these first 4 drives, and it's a tough situation. They're going to have to throw themselves out of it.
7 seconds to go in the first quarter. They do not have to snap the ball. Clock is down to 3, 2, and 1, and it'll be 3rd and 11 to start the second quarter for the Broncos as they trail Penn State 14-0 at the end of 1. The Nittany Lions come over to the near sideline where all the fans are dressed in blue and white, and boy, do they have a lot to be happy about after 15 minutes.
You have to be really happy with this result to get 2 touchdowns on 2 consecutive drives and really push the tempo on Boise State, who likes to control the ball, likes to run it, keep it on the ground. Now they're going to have to get more into aerial attack to kind of get back into this contest.
Broncos facing their largest deficit of the season. Penn State 14 and Boise State nothing at the end of the first quarter. This is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check that your guests like spicy first before serving Atomic Hot Wings.
Who's hungry?
Oh my gosh. What are these?
You don't like them? Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Water.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Timeout. Your body goals don't have an off season. GNC is ready to help you get a stronger start on the new year with help building more muscle and proven weight loss support. Need a boost? We're ready with GNC vitamins for your longest winter days. Want the best energy drinks? They're at GNC. Never tried creatine before? Get ready to be amazed. GNC coaches are ready to help you in stores everywhere, and you can shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. GNC, live well.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
It's Boise State with the ball, but Penn State with the lead as we get ready to start the second quarter. 14-0 Penn State, and a 3rd and 11 coming up for the Broncos. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Lauren Sisler along with you. Penn State quarterback Drew Allard, 2 touchdown passes in the first 15 minutes. Heisman runner-up Ashton Jeanty, the running back for Boise State, just 20 yards and a lost fumble. So 3rd and 11 at their own 48. Maddox Madsen back to throw, faces pressure, spins out to the far side, numbers of the 35, throws downfield across his body. The ball is tipped and incomplete. Out of bounds along the far sideline. Pass intended for Prince Strawn. And there was pressure coming almost immediately. The size disparity of the lines between these two teams was evident from the game's first drive, and it continues to be a problem for the Broncos.
Yeah, Keziah Izzard applied pressure from the interior and forced the rollout of Madsen to his left, and then on the coverage, you had Cam Miller in pursuit for Strawn, trying to make sure he distorted that flight, and then a late safety over the top.
So 4th down and 11, James Ferguson Reynolds with a helicoptering ball, fair caught at the 10-yard line by Penn State's Zion Tracy, good for a kick of 42 yards. And this time it'll be a long field for the Nittany Lions. 14-0 is their lead, 14:46 to go in the second quarter. This is the dire situation that Boise State faces after the first 15 minutes. Penn State, 10 rushes, 99 yards. Ashton Jeanty, 8 carries for only 20 yards.
Yeah, this is one that's going to be an uphill battle. And like I said, Maddox Madsen, I said in the open, is going to have to be one of the guys who's going to have to be a key player to help Ashton Jeanty out.
1st and 10 from their own 10-yard line. Aller faked the handoff. Keeper runs to the right between the hash marks and gets to the 11-yard line. Stopped by Max Steege, the sophomore native of Cologne, Germany. It was a loaded backfield. He had Singleton, the running back, with him, and Warren, the tight end. And a lot of times they'll show that formation early in the game only to go back to it with something different later on.
And I think that other thing different is Tyler Warren was kind of leaking out to the outside, so it's almost like a pop screen that's delayed out, strung out a little bit, but the defensive lineman got in between and distorted the view for Aller.
Pistol formation for the Nittany Lions. White helmets, blue jerseys, white pants, 2nd and 9 at their own 11-yard line. Aller play action, looks to the near side left, throws to Warren, breaks a tackle after the catch of the 7, goes forward across the 15 and gets tackled by Steege, the defensive end. Upfield, shy of the first down marker to the 19-yard line, so he gets 8 there on what could have been a tackle for a loss.
Yeah, this was a ripe opportunity for them to do it. Chase Martin was in pursuit, makes the initial hit in the backfield, but this was similar to that previous play, like you talked about. Kind of strung it out a little bit. This time he just dropped straight back, allowed the rush to get there, and threw a tight end delay screen out to the left. So a very similar play building off of the previous one.
Warren marked down at the Penn State 17-yard line as they work from right to left. It's a 3rd down and 3. The tight end Warren goes under center, takes the snap, tosses back to Aller, looking to the near side left, throws it incomplete. It looked like they were setting up a screen for Warren, who snuck in, took the quick snap, tossed it to the quarterback, who rolled to the far side. The throw came to the near side. Boise State sniffed out the trick play, and they force a punt here by the Nittany Lions.
This is called a toss-back throwback screen, where normally it's a different way. It's ran usually from the running back that will then take it, toss it back, and then they'll throw it back to the running back again, or a deep route. They just did it from a tight end type of formation.
Riley Thompson is the punter, catches the snap at his own 3, steps forward, the kick from the 7. This is a boomer all the way to the 30 on the left side. Cooper Jones makes the catch, breaks a tackle, comes up the near side hash. He's got room to operate at the 45 and twisting forward almost to the 50-yard line. What a return. And it was Riley Thompson, the punter, who had to come up and help make the play. A 53-yard kick, 18 yards on the return, and great field position for the Broncos when we come back. 13:02 to go before the end of the first half. It's Penn State 14, Boise State 0. You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and ESPN app.
The Penn State Nittany Lions scored a touchdown on each of their first two drives, and that is the difference right now. 14-0 over Boise State, the champions of the Mountain West. 13:02 to go in the second quarter. Mike Cousins and Max Starks up here in the booth at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Lawrence Sisler is down on the field with eyes on quarterback Maddox Madsen with Boise State ready to go back on offense with great field position.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on him, sort of his demeanor. I think early on you could see a lot of frustration and really kind of just had his shoulders hung here on the bench. And after that last drive, of course, Cooper Jones returning him for 53 yards certainly helped. He had a big smirk on his face and he was kind of nodding like that's my guy over there. But you can see he's starting to perk up a little bit. He went over to every single skill player, made sure he found their shoulder, went over to every single offensive lineman, found their shoulder, patted him on the shoulder and said, look, we got this, let's go.
And I think that's the demeanor you have to have. I mean, this is the biggest game Madsen's played in. So you have to imagine the nerves are probably, there, and you get that much time off. So hopefully let's see what he can do coming out here because they're still in a prime opportunity. This is only a two-score game. You put a touchdown up on the board, you're right back in this contest, and then it becomes, almost things are all equal.
First down and 10 as they come left to right at their own 48-yard line. Madsen from the shotgun, hands off to Genty. Running to the far side left, gets across the 50, and cut down by Kobe King, the linebacker, at the Penn State 46-yard line. That's a gain of 6 yards on first down for Genty. Second in the Heisman Trophy voting this year behind Colorado's Travis Hunter. Now 9 carries, 26 yards for a guy who averages 192 yards per game on the ground. 2nd and 4. And Madsen rolls out to the near side, throws to Genty, caught at the 45, outside the numbers 35, breaks one tackle across the 30, and shakes off another as he gets pushed out of bounds. Zion Tracy was the second man who tried to tackle him, and you just can't bring him down. It's 18 yards into Penn State territory.
So when you get around government buildings, and they have those little posts that come up out of the ground, they're called bollards. That is exactly what he is. He is an absolute bollard, and he does not let anybody get on. He punked Zion Tracy on the sideline there.
12:05, second quarter. Penn State leads by 14 over Boise State. Broncos 1st and 10 at the Penn State 28. Give it to Genty up the middle between the hash marks. Eclipses the 25-yard line in between the 23 and 22, about 5 yards there. Zachy Wheatley, the safety, up from the secondary to make the tackle. Officially a gain of 6 to make it 2nd and 4.
And guys are in their bag running the counter scheme, or what we like to call a wham play, pulling Matt Lauder from the weak side of the offense, going strong and lead blocking into the B gap between the guard and tackle on the left side and creating a little hole. That's what they do really well, and Genty takes full advantage. 2nd and 4 Broncos. Clap of the hands. Madsen the snap. Gives it to Genty. Wrangled to the 25. Still churns forward. He fumbles the ball, and it's recovered by one of his offensive linemen. Saved by Roger Carey on the right guard, who got that bouncing ball coming to the near sideline at the Penn State 19-yard line. Second fumble by Ashton Jeanty. Now, that play got blown up right at the start. Matt Lauder was pulling on the line of scrimmage and then just immediately got blown up by Devon J. Thomas, who came in and just really messed that up and then forced the ball outside. And Jeanty has to do better with this ball security.
3rd down and 1. Boise State at the Penn State 19-yard line. I formation, and it's a give to Jeanty. Right up the middle, bulldozes his way for a first down. He gets to the 17 on 3rd and 1. It is a gain of 2.
Don't watch the window dressing. They ran an I formation, did a nice little shift right before to the right. So you saw Penn State kind of eye the motion, and that was Tyler Crow. But then Jeanty takes the ball and goes out the back door on that because he saw Flo going to the strong side, took it back door to get the first down.
3 receivers set, 2 to the near side right. Jeanty in the pistol behind Madsen, the quarterback. Jeanty repositions to go sidecar left on 1st and 10 of the Penn State 17. A snap, a toss left to Jeanty, and he's dragged down back at the 20. Amin Vanover, the defensive end, read that easily. He celebrates in the backfield, whipping his right arm back and forth. A loss of 3, the 3rd tackle for a loss today on a running back by Penn State.
And Penn State was interesting. They're running more of a 3-4 type of look there, where they stem Vanover to a stand-up outside rush backer position as opposed to a defensive end, and that allows for him to come upfield and read that play because he's already standing up watching the play as it starts.
5 wide, 2nd down and 13 after the loss. 9:30 to go, 2nd quarter. Snap back to Madsen, short drop, quick throw, caught at the 15, broken tackle to the 10. Matt Lauder, the tight end, lunging forward. His forward progress is stopped at the 8-yard line, a gain of 12, and it's 3rd down and 1 inside the 10 with Boise State looking to get on the board, trailing 14-0.
And just a tough physical run, a little pop pass out to the right. It's a little seam stop route on the backside. Looks front side, Madsen, and then doesn't like it. Comes right back to Lauder. Lauder sitting right in perfect position and then just drives forward for the extra yardage to make this 3rd and short.
All eyes on Jeanty. 3 tight ends, I formation. Crow is the fullback. Jeanty the deep back. He sprints out to the left side. Handoff, Crow with a burst up the middle, across the 5, and gets a push into the end zone. Touchdown, Boise State. Tyler Crow, the 6th-year fullback, his 3rd touchdown of the season. And the Broncos are on the board in a way that nobody expected. 14-6 Penn State, 8:41 2nd quarter.
Oh, Dirk Cutter, you dastardly dog. He went with a nice motion to the outside. All the eyes of Penn State went to the outside. They were not expecting the fullback to get that, and you run a fullback gut and then extra effort by the right guard, Roger Carrion, and Zach Holmes to drive it home for the TD.
Jonah Domus on for the extra point. He strikes it through on the right side uprights. Tyler Crow, the fullback, a walk-on from Nampa, Idaho, who started his career as a linebacker in the biggest game of his life, gets his team on the board. 8:41 before the half here at the Fiesta Bowl. Penn State 14 and Boise 7. This is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Harry Douglas here for Technique's new noise-canceling True Wireless AZ80 earbuds. Techniques has been revolutionizing the audio game for almost 60 years. With multi-point connection of up to 3 devices at the same time, the AZ80s let you go from leading a meeting to listening to a podcast to taking a call seamlessly. Visit us.techniques.com/sports for special holiday deals on the AZ80s today. That's us.technics.com/sports.
In SEC country, the key to our confidence comes from having a goal and knowing just how we're going to get there. So in these pivotal moments, we come together for inspiration and a plan. Financial confidence in SEC country works that way too, when you and your banker get together to create your personal Regions Greenprint plan.
I think that'll really work. Thanks.
So let's huddle up, because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like when Texas Tech found themselves down 38-7 with under 8 minutes left in the 3rd quarter of the 2006 Insight Bowl. The Mike Leach-led offense scored 31 unanswered points to force overtime, and then won it in overtime by a score of 44-41.
Serve Pro. like it never even happened.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The Boise State Broncos are on the board here in Glendale, Arizona. An 8-yard touchdown run, not by Heisman runner-up Ashton Genty, but by sixth-year fullback Tyler Crow. 8 yards out, plunging into the end zone. After Penn State took a 14-0 lead, certainly some Boise State fans were feeling nervous after that. 2 touchdown passes from junior quarterback Drew Aller on their first 2 drives of the game. So it's Penn State 14 and Boise State 7 with 8:41 to go here in the second quarter, with the winner moving on. And they will take on either Notre Dame or Georgia January 9th at the Capital One Orange Bowl in South Florida. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Lauren Sisler, glad to have you along here tonight at the home of the Arizona Cardinals. The sideline to our right looks like it's painted in orange with some blue speckles along the way. And to our near side left, mostly white shirts and jerseys for the Penn State fans who have made the trip from around the country here to Glendale, Arizona. Boise State has Taryn Shive kicking away from left to right. And that ball goes all the way out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. Max, it'll be 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line for the Penn State Nittany Lions, who have gotten off to a great start. 151 total yards. Drew Aller, 5 of 7 for 81 yards. And Katron Allen, their leading rusher, 5 carries for 57 yards.
And we just saw the T-Dog, I guess you could call it, go retrieve the T. But, you know, Boise State's defense, the last 2 drives has come up big, really stopping the progress. And now the slide on this game is about 20 yards as far as offensive production after that last drive for Boise.
Aller works out of the shotgun on 1st down and 10. His handoff to the left side does gain a good bit of traction out to the 27-yard line for Katron Allen. And for what it's worth, the T retrieving dog, his name is Blitz. It's a long-standing tradition at Albertson Stadium in Boise.
Okay. So he made the trick.
That's right, like a lot of fans did. 2nd and 7, give to Allen, a stretch play to the near side. He is smothered behind the line of scrimmage. Stopped to the 26. The line of scrimmage was the 28, so a loss of 1, maybe 2 there on the play with 8:08 to go here in the second quarter.
Big Sheldon Newton. Listen, it takes a lot of personal confidence to be a grown man to wear a single-digit number.
And at the end of the play, there is an injured Boise State defender seated at the near side 32-yard line. So this stops play momentarily here with 7:57 second quarter. And gives each team a bit of a breather. And the injured player is Sheldon Newton, who is in on that tackle, the 5th-year nose guard, 6'3", 320 pounds. They help him to his feet, and he'll walk off for some observation over along the far sideline. It's 3rd down and 8 coming up here for Penn State. A big play as they lead 14-7 over Boise State. This is the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Timeout. Your body goals don't have an off season. GNC is ready to help you get a stronger start on the new year with help building more muscle and proven weight loss support. Need a boost? We're ready with GNC vitamins for your longest winter days. Want the best energy drinks? They're at GNC. Never tried creatine before? Get ready to be amazed. GNC coaches are ready to help you in stores everywhere, and you can shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. GNC, live well.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and ESPN app.
It's Penn State 14, Boise State 7. 7 minutes, 57 seconds to go in the second quarter, with the winner moving on to continue their trek for a national championship and play January 9th down in South Florida in the Capital One Orange Bowl. But a big 3rd and 8 upcoming here for Penn State with a 1-touchdown lead. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Lauren Sisler along with you. And you got to have your eyes on number 44, the tight end Tyler Warren, you would imagine here on this play coming off.
I would expect some type of either hide or tight end delay to Warren would be warranted in this moment. He is your big play guy. He is the threat from the receiving core that you have to account for, and he's sitting on the inside slot here for this play.
He's on the right side, the first of 3 receivers. Wallace to the near side left. Katron Allen is the back. 3rd down and 8. Aller clapped his hands, now moves up to the line. Behind the center, Nick Dawkins points off to the left. Boise with 1 deep safety. Aller a double clap, takes the snap. Here comes pressure. He steps up against it to the 25, throws over the middle, too tall, incomplete, but there is a flag thrown from deep in the secondary. The pass was intended for the tight end, Tyler Warren. 7:35 before the half. Let's check the penalty.
Holding, defense, number 0, 10-yard penalty, automatic first down.
And the penalty is on the safety, Ty Benefield, their leading tackler, the sophomore from Irvine, California, who hands a first down to Penn State.
And that was very touchy. Benefield was going to plant because he got held on the double move a little bit by Warren and then stuck his hand out and touched the thigh board of Warren as he went for the in cut. I didn't see a hold there, but you know, I'm going to trust the guys in the striped shirts down there to make the right decision.
It looked more incidental than anything else. 1st and 10, Penn State at their own 37. And whistles stop the play. There's a flag down. And this looks like motion along the line.
And the backed up Nittany Lions thinks that this is a false start.
Before the snap, false start offense. 5-yard penalty, first down.
One thing to make note of here, Max, it is a 2-headed monster out of the backfield for the Nittany Lions with Nick Singleton and Katron Allen. But until this drive here, we've not seen Singleton carry the ball since the first drive, but he is in the game right now to the left of Drew Aller, and now they split him out wide to the left. So it's Allen in the backfield to the right of Aller. Singleton in motion across the formation. It's all window dressing. Handoff, Allen coming left, and he is tripped up across the 35-yard line, fumbled the ball, and it went out of bounds to the near sideline. Alexander Tubner, the safety, was diving, got him on the shoelaces, and gets credit for the tackle there.
He must not have double knotted those shoelaces because that was a very fortuitous tackle for him because Katron Allen had a lot of green grass on the outside on that play, and it could have been a home run ball if not for Tubner's hit.
But no gain. 2nd and 10 at their own 37. The Nittany Lions by 7 over Boise State. 7 minutes to go, second quarter, and another flag.
Both tackles.
False start, offense number 72. 5-yard penalty, second down.
They get Nolan Rucci, the right tackle that time.
Yeah, Rucci was the one that jumped off sides on the counter that first false start. So Rucci getting a little nervous there, a little anxious. Needs to calm down here and not jump. Hold his water on the line because you've already cost him twice really on flinching.
The Boise State fans are making it quite loud on 2nd and 15 from the 32 for Penn State. Broncos send pressure. Aller feels it, he's hit and dropped. Back inside the 20-yard line. What a blue, orange, and white swarm. And it was Ahmed Hassani in the defensive end. It's a loss of 12 on the sack.
That was a big play. Hassani takes the inside edge on Rucci, the right tackle. Takes an inside move on a swim move and just absolutely blasts Drew Aller for the loss. And this team, number 4 in the country in sacks. We see why this team has been so effective this year.
So it's 3rd and forever. 3rd and 27 from their own 20 for Penn State. They've got to get across the 45-yard line for a first down. Aller back to throw at the 10 between the hash marks, floats it to the right, caught at the 14-yard line by Trey Wallace, and he is tackled right there by Amarion McCoy, the cornerback. Great defensive coverage by Boise State. They sat back, allowed the underneath throw, fundamental tackle, and it's 4th and 19. The Nittany Lions will punt it away. 5:45 to go in the second quarter, and it's 14-7 Penn State.
That's called the picket fence defensive front. You have guys lined up about 15 yards deep, making a picket fence, and they say, do not let anybody cross. It's almost like a game of Red Rover, and the Broncos defense wins that one.
Riley Thompson set to punt. He stands back at his own 14, rolls right, and boots it away. This one a low spiraling ball, and it bounces along the near sideline and rolls out of bounds around the 40-yard line. That was not a masterpiece of a punt there from Riley Thompson, the team captain. Just 33 yards, and it's going to be great field position for the Broncos, needing just a touchdown to tie this game up.
It's almost like he kind of mishit it, like he caught it, and when he pivoted on the rush, caught the side of his foot as it went spiraling off to the left, almost like when I have a tee shot and I try and overcorrect. I'm like, oh, I don't want to go with the slice. Then you go with the hook. It looked like a hook type of punt there, and giving the Boise State offense great field position to start here.
Back-to-back punts by Penn State. The Broncos 1st and 10 at their own 39 as they come left to right. Clap of the hands. Madsen takes the snap, throws off to his left, and the ball is incomplete, intended for Austin Bolt. They were running a double slant on that far left side. He was the second man coming across the formation. He needed a fastball, and he got a changeup in the dirt.
Yeah, he did get a changeup, and that ball was just put a little bit too underneath. I thought he was actually going to go to the inside receiver. I thought he was going to go to Prince Strawn there, but opted to go to Bolt.
2nd and down and 10. Madsen, the quarterback, 7 of 10, 92 yards, joined in the backfield by Genty. 11 carries for 35 yards. Man in motion to the near side. A low snap, handoff. Genty navigates his way through a maze of bodies to get to the 41-yard line. That's just 2 yards there before the Detroit native linebacker Kobe King stuns him into reverse.
And this play, once again, trying to run it between the tackles up the gut. Penn State has stacked a lot of bodies in there. I mean, I see 7 guys around the line of scrimmage on any given play, and that's something that's going to be tough. And they're going to have to utilize the outside game. They're running single high, bringing the safety down. So Madsen's going to have to throw them out of it. You can't have those changeup balls in the dirt. Those are precious opportunities.
The Nittany Lions show 1 deep safety again. 3rd down and 8. 4.5 minutes to go in the first half. Boise State down 7. Madsen with a deep drop. Throws single coverage far sideline. The ball is incomplete. A fingertip attempt by Austin Bolt as he fell down, could not bring it in. There is no flag down on the field, and Penn State gets the stop. And Lawrence Sisler, they did that without the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, Abdul Carter, on the field.
On the sidelines, working out that left shoulder. He looked at his teammate, pointed at it, been working on the bike, been down here on the sidelines, kind of swinging his arms, trying to loosen that up. It has not been deemed yet whether he's still going to come back and play. At this point in time, it doesn't look like he's throwing in the towel just yet, but I'll have an update hopefully here in just a bit.
All right, thank you, Lauren. That's the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. 11 sacks, was best in the Big Ten. A punt from James Ferguson Reynolds to Zion Tracy. Fair caught at the right side 21-yard line, where the Nittany Lions, who have punted each of their last 2 drives, take over here with a 7-point lead and 4:18 to go before the half.
Flip, hitting.
Drew Aller is in the shotgun. Katron Allen off to his right. Handoff, run off left tackle, spins out of 1 tackle and stumbles ahead of the 29-yard line. Picks up 8 yards on 1st down. And we've got 1 Boise State player slow to get up. We just mentioned a defensive end for Penn State, and now it's Ahmed Hassanin, the leading sack getter for Boise State, who's got his right leg stretched out, his left leg scrunched up, and the athletic training staff out to have a look at him outside the numbers along the near sideline with 4:04 to go here in the first. And if he goes out, and he is going to walk off to the far sideline, that's the 2nd defensive lineman who's gone off with an injury tonight for Boise State, including the nose guard Sheldon Newton.
And this is also another first-team all-conference player, and Ahmad Hassanin, who had the big sack on the last drive. And now you bring in Max Steege, who is an individual who's played a little bit, but still kind of learning, as we kind of had a chance to spend time with Eric Chinander about it. He was talking about how the development of him, he wants him to come in, but slowly get his way into it. Looks like he's going to get a little bit more extended time until we know what Hassanin's injury is.
2nd down and 2, Penn State. They started with Warren, the tight end, ready to take the snap. Aller, the quarterback, moves over to take it, hands it off. Katron Allen with a burst up the near hash, bulldozes his way through a safety. He's off to the far side, 35, still sprinting to the 25, and down at the 21-yard line of Boise State. A 50-yard rumble into Boise State territory.
And there is a flag on the field at about the 33.
Offense number 77. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. 2nd down.
I talk about this, right?
You look frustrated.
Offensive linemen aren't supposed to be holding. You call it clutching. Until you get a flag, then it's called holding. But until that moment, it is a clutch. And right there, boy, it was bad. And it was behind the play, too. There was no need for the offensive lineman to continue to grab the jersey of the defender at that point, because Katron Allen had already broken through the 2nd level, and it was a down lineman he was holding on to.
3:38 first half. 2nd down, 8 to go for Penn State. Singleton, the running back, to the right of Aller in the shotgun. 2 receivers to either side. 2 claps of the hands, shoulder high snap. Aller fires near side. Ball is caught. Luke Reynolds, the tight end, drags 2 defenders with him across the 30-yard line for a first down. Jeremiah Irby, the corner, one of the 2 there, looking to make the tackle on the 241-pound tight end, who's listed 3rd on their depth chart at that position.
And is only a true freshman. That's the other thing. Doing a great job there, showing the upper body strength, not going down with the initial tackle, and dragging 2 guys and getting past the first down sticks.
And move the chains, 1st and 10 at their own 33, going from right to left with a 14-7 lead late 2nd quarter. Snap back to Aller, hands it off. It's Singleton off the left side. Flag is thrown as he gets tackled from behind at the Penn State 43-yard line with 2:43 to go. And a flag that threatens to derail a 2nd big run on this Nittany Lions drive.
You wonder if that's Ioane, the left guard. That's who they're calling on. It looked like he had a little extra late.
Personal foul. Face masks. Offense number 77. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
And that is actually right guard Sal Wormley. 2nd penalty of the game. And as I'm watching the replay, he's engaged. Oh, yeah, that's called a neck wrench in professional wrestling. He had the side of his face mask and was careening it to the left. That was a very obvious call for the umpire to make.
6th drive of the game for Penn State. They lead 14-7. Scored a touchdown on their first 2. Lost a fumble. They've punted each of the last 2. And they've got 1st down and 20. Chaotic hand signals from Aller, who's back to throw on 1st and 20. He lets it fly deep down the middle of the field between the hash marks. Incomplete. That ball intended for Omari Evans. He is their speed threat. He's already caught 1 touchdown today. Ty Benefield was running with him, and I believe the safety might be making a case that he was pushed on the play, and it should have been offensive pass interference.
It looks like OPI because Omari Evans fully extends and hits him like 4 times as he's trying to go up for the ball. I'm surprised they did not make the call there, because it was kind of obvious, and the deep judge was right there as well, but did not see enough apparently to make that call.
So instead, it's 2nd and 20. 2:23 in the first half. Nittany Lions the ball in the lead at their own 23. Aller to throw to the near side. Ball is caught. The tight end Warren at the 30 rumbles ahead and somersaults his way to the 40-yard line. He gets 17 yards there, so a good pickup from 2nd and 20 to 3rd down and 3, which should take us to the 2-minute timeout here in the first half.
Yeah, it will take us to the 2-minute timeout. And I don't know how you forget where 44 is on the field. He's one of the guys, if anybody I'm going to remember, it's going to be that guy. And they just pull off in the coverage as they kind of drifted in the zone, allowing for Warren to be wide open and make the play to get upfield.
So the 2-minute timeout here in Glendale, Arizona. Penn State 14, Boise State 7. And for the Broncos and the Nittany Lions, both undefeated here in the Fiesta Bowl. The 4th trip for for Boise State. But we're going to take you back to January 1st, 2007. Undefeated Boise State, the Western Athletic Conference champions, faced 11-2 Oklahoma, champs of the Big 12, here in the Fiesta Bowl, the first time this game was played here in this stadium. Oklahoma, a 7.5-point favorite, but Boise State sped out to a 21-10 halftime lead. The Sooners, though, rallied to take the lead with just over a minute to go. The Broncos responded with a famous hook and lateral play on 4th and 18 with 18 seconds left to score a touchdown and send the game to overtime. In OT, Oklahoma scored first, leaving Boise State needing a touchdown to send it to a second overtime. Facing 4th and 2 at the Oklahoma 5-yard line, the Broncos went with a wide receiver pass to get the touchdown, and they could have kicked the extra point to tie it, but they went for the win.
Boise State out of the huddle, trailing 42-41, going for a 2-point conversion from the 3-yard line. And it's a fake play, and they're going to score! Ian Johnson! They rolled the ball to Ian Johnson, and he scored! They left it down on the field. Zabransky faked the pass. Johnson picked up the ball and ran it in for a touchdown. And the Broncos have won the Fiesta Bowl. Can you believe it? Boise State.
Paul J. Schneider, the former voice of the Broncos that day, KBOI radio in Boise. Now, the game's significance wasn't just an upset of a powerhouse that day for a team that had been playing Boise State at the FBS level for 11 years, but Max, it shocked the structure of the sport. The Broncos, undefeated, still didn't get a chance to play for a national title because they didn't play in the right conference at the time, one that was eligible to play for a BCS crown. So it was an argument more than anything else for a college football playoff. It took 7 years after that to get one, and it took 10 years after that to get us to where we are today with a 12-team playoff. This system is not yet perfect, but it's getting better. We always think about the magic of the NCAA basketball tournament is that every team has a shot from the first game of the season, and college football now is getting closer to that too, with Boise State being the first group of 5 team in this 12-team playoff.
And it's only fitting that Boise State would be the team representing the group of 5 when we talk about they were the ones that really brought it to prominence and really showed you that group of 5 schools can play with the Power 5s, now Power 4 schools, and we're seeing it on display here. This is still a very tight ball game for Boise State and Penn State.
Penn State went up 14-0. They now lead 14-7. They've got 3rd and 3, 2 minutes to go first half at their own 40, going from right to left. Aller takes the snap, toss right, Singleton. The running back is cut down back at the 37-yard line. A loss of 3 on the play. Ahmed Hassani, the defensive end, who was injured earlier, returns to make a huge stop there. 1:51 to go in the first half. And Boise State will get the ball back with a chance to score before halftime and tie this thing up. And they've used their first timeout wisely here with 1:51 to go. We now pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
With Lauren Sisler reporting down on the field here in Glendale, Arizona, I'm Mike Cousins, along with the 2-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks. We are glad to have you for the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. 1:54 to go in the first half. Penn State 14 and Boise State 7. It's 4th and 6 for the Nittany Lions. They will punt it away from right to left and give the ball to the Broncos as Cooper Jones stands back at his own 15-yard line on the far side hash. Riley Thompson to punt. Thompson between the hash marks, just to the right of the Verbo blue logo at the 25-yard line. Snap is back. He takes it belt high off his right hip, kicks it away. A beautiful spiral toward the near sideline. It takes a bounce at the 10, and it goes just inside the pylon for a touchback. He nearly had it perfectly, trying to pin it inside the 5. It went 63, but Boise State will get it out of the end zone after the touchback, and they've got the opportunity here. 2 timeouts, 1:45 to go to try and get Ashton Jeanty, the Heisman runner-up, going out of the backfield and get themselves either tied or within 4 points before the break.
And we've seen, I've actually seen this before in the Mountain West Championship game. Ashton Jeanty had a very low rushing total, and all of a sudden, a 75-yard touchdown really changed that rushing number for him, and also changed the fortunes of that game against UNLV. So let's see if they can have some magic here before the end of the half.
1st and 10 from the 20-yard line on the near side hash. Madsen out of the shotgun, hands it off to Genty, comes to the near side and lowers his shoulder right into Kobe King, the linebacker. Gain of a couple yards. And Lauren Sisler, what's the energy like right now on that Boise State sideline?
Yeah, Max, you talk about that energy, you talk about that magic, and I think right now Boise State's certainly riding that wave. I'm feeling like it's about 60-40 in favor of Boise State in terms of the fans in here right now. It is loud. It is piercingly loud.
And perhaps too loud for Boise State as Madsen dropped back to pass on 2nd down and 8, and there's a flag.
Hand signals for the false start.
That is against the Broncos. The signal from the referee, Steve Marlowe, wearing the white hat tonight here in Glendale, Arizona. After a gain of just 2 yards on 1st down for Genty.
False start. Offense number 17. It's a 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
That's the wide receiver, Prince Strawn. And Genty has had one big run. 12 of his 40 yards came on 1 carry, 13 carries.
1 minute, 20 seconds.
40 yards. He's averaging 3 yards a carry for a guy who averages 192 yards a game.
Yeah, and usually 100 by the end of the first half, especially.
So it's 2nd and 13 at their own 17. The Broncos coming from left to right along the near side hash. 2 receivers either side. Madsen back to throw, flushed out of the pocket to the near side, outside the numbers to the 10, the 15, the 20, and he tiptoes out of bounds. And gets a little bit more back there after the penalty set them back. 1:14 on the clock here in the first half. 3rd down and 8 coming up from their own 22.
And just a heads-up play by Madsen, realizing I don't want to force it downfield. All of my receivers were pushed to the sideline, so he tucks it underneath and just tries to get some of that yardage back to make this a 3rd and manageable for them, so they're not throwing completely behind the sticks.
2 receivers out to the far side left for Madsen, 1 to the near side right. Genty to his right in the backfield. 3rd down and 8, Boise State at their own 22. They split the tight end Lauder out wide to the left as well. Madsen looks that way, throws that way, pass complete to the 25, and a sideways somersault roll forward to the 29 for Matt Lauder, the tight end. Whistle blows with 1:05 to go as it's marked 4th and 1.
Timeout, Penn State. Their first of the half. 30-second timeout. Please reset the game clock to 1 minute, 7 seconds. 1:07.
And this will also give them a chance to look at this one more time. He is about a full yard short on the tackle, running the 1-step slant. They had 3-by-1 set, 3 receivers out to the left. Lauder was the middle of those 3 receivers, and all 3 of them ran 1-step slants to the inside. Madsen picked Lauder, and Lauder almost got there. He almost stretched there, but it was stopped just shy. So a big decision here for Boise State. You know, a team that likes to go for it on 4th down. They like to roll the dice, but you wonder if they'll roll the dice this deep in their own end.
Well, they were 15 of 21 on 4th down this year, so a phenomenal conversion rate. But back at your own 29-yard line might be too much of a gamble here early in the game.
Well, we shall see, because it looks like they're going for it, bud.
Well, when you've got the best running back in the country on your team, you bring them out onto the field on 4th down and 1. The Nittany Lions came out in punt coverage. They had Zion Tracy back deep. So Madsen goes under center. Genty is the deep back, and this may all be a decoy here. We'll see. 4th and 1 at their own 29-yard line. Play clock is at 13. Hard count at the line for Madsen. He stands back up. The 5'10" quarterback looks over to the far sideline, and Boise State calls timeout.
Boise State.
Not gonna lie, if they would have snapped it initially when Penn State was still trying to figure out, and they were trying to bring their punt returner 30 yards up the field, I would have ran quarterback sneak off between the center and the left guard, because there was a huge gap there. And then once he went to the fake Bart call, that's when they constricted down into what I call a goal line defense, or a 6-2 front, meaning they have 6 down linemen covering each of those available gaps. The A's on either side of the center, B's on the outsides of the guards, and then the C gaps on the outside of the tackles. They converged down to fit all of those gaps because they knew there was a discrepancy in that weak side A gap. I would have just ran it then and just said, hey, Coach, I know we said fake, but I'm about to snap this thing. We're about to get this going, because there was an opportunity there. And Boise State's usually a team that's on top of those type of, gadgety, change of pace type of plays, but they didn't do it there, so they'll opt for a traditional punt. Their defense has been playing lights out, so I don't blame giving them a deep field instead of potentially losing it.
The Penn State defense there, as they came out in punt coverage, looked like a bachelor party that was led by and organized by the worst of the friends who didn't tell anybody what to bring. So one person got hot dogs, the other person got hamburgers. Nobody got buns or rolls, and everybody's just looking around. I thought you did it. I thought you did it. Yeah. And you're right, Boise State could have taken advantage of that. They didn't. So 1:07 to go here in the second quarter as they break the huddle using their second to last timeout. It's Penn State 14, Boise State 7. Things have certainly calmed down. An early turnover on a fumble by Ashton Genty, a very rare occurrence. The Nittany Lions scored a touchdown on each of their first 2 drives and have not scored since. Snap is back on the punt, and a flag is thrown from the near sideline.
So what happened on this is they had a motion where the outside gunner came back in and was almost doing like a looping underneath route.
Before the snap, false start, 23 offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
Now, so that was handled by Shea Oladipo, who was coming on the inside, and he went across the line of scrimmage thinking the ball was going to get snapped, and then after he crossed, he stopped, put his hands up. Very easy call to say that he was offsides. He did not try and get back on sides.
So from 4th and 1, Boise State backed up to 4th and 6. It's Penn State 14, Boise State 7. 1:07 to go in the first half. Helmet high snap. Ferguson Reynolds with a tumbling ball from left to right, and a fair catch is made at the 36-yard line, even with the numbers along the near sideline for a punt of 40 yards, where Penn State will take over. First down and 10, 1:01 to go here in the first half, and a 14-7 lead, 2 timeouts. And even if they just get into field goal range here, they can make it a 2-score game. Ryan Barker, their redshirt freshman kicker, has hit from as long as 49 this season. Running back is Nick Singleton. 3 receivers out to the right, 1 to the near side left. They motion the tight end Warren from the slot right, wing left. Aller is in the shotgun, leans on his left foot, takes the snap against a 4-man rush, throws to a wide open Warren near side, who gets angled out of bounds shy of midfield, does pick up the first down. Zion Washington threw his shoulder into Warren, a gain of 12 on what appeared to be soft coverage on one of the best players that Penn State has.
And this was just, Tyler Warren sitting on the left side of the offensive line, just running a quick out play, and Aller just put it to him in stride. And like you said, playing very soft cover 2 or quarters coverage with 4 deep on the safeties and secondary.
1st and 10 from their own 47. Aller steps up in a clean pocket, slings near side left, caught Omari Evans behind the defense, and sprints for about 10 more yards upfield before he gets pushed out of bounds. What a grab, using all of his verticality to get it, and that's 18 more yards across midfield and into Boise State territory. Still 49 seconds before the half.
And that was just a heck of a play. The corner almost actually gave up on that. Devon Banks stopped as though he thought it was going over his head, and Omar Evans just went and plucked it out of the sky and got the additional yardage.
1st and 10, Nittany Lions at the Boise State 36, heading to the left side. Aller is back to throw. 4 men out to run routes, and he gets gobbled up and taken down at the 39-yard line. A loss of 3. Michael Callahan, the defensive tackle, leading the pursuit into the backfield. And now we've got a timeout with 44 seconds to go in the second quarter.
And that was almost embarrassing. If I'm Ioane, he got tossed out the club for wearing white shoes right now. I mean, that was one of those, like, excuse me, sir, sorry, we said no athletic shoes in here. He got tossed out of the way, and then the sack happened. But Drew Aller likes to crawl up into the pocket, but right there, I mean, that was more of a commando crawl in that moment. That was a big play for Boise to force the final timeout for Penn State.
Well, if you're just joining us, Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Lauren Sisler along with you here at the Fiesta Bowl. Penn State 14, Boise State 7. The Nittany Lions scored on 2 Drew Aller touchdown passes on each of their first 2 drives. Since then, a lost fumble, 3 straight punts, and now the 4th play of this drive coming up. They've already gained 26 yards in their first 3, and they've got 2nd and 12 at the Boise State 38. Broncos show just 1 deep safety. It's Aller from the shotgun. Back near midfield, looks left, lofts it deep down the near sideline. It's Evans at the goal line, and it is incomplete. Could not hang on to it going down the sideline with Devon Banks.
Had two hands on it, had a step on Devon Banks, but at the end just could not haul it in as he went to the orange part of the end zone. Ball comes tumbling out as his bottom hits the ground. A great athletic catch. Devon Banks got a hand in there and swiped it out as well. Great play. Man, that was good football there.
3rd down and 12 from the 38. Not quite in field goal range just yet. 3 receivers out wide to the right, 1 in motion to the near side, 2 by 2. Singleton is the running back. And as Aller takes the snap, Boise State uses its final timeout.
And Boise State didn't seem to like Boise didn't really like what they saw there, because as they had motion, I didn't really see a shift in the secondary. Normally, there's either a shift or a rotation of the defensive players, or there's a man coming across in coverage. They looked a little confused and kind of stagnated there as time was coming down, and Aller was trying to clap furiously to get the ball back to him, but Boise gets the timeout just in time with 1 second left on the clock, actually. So a heads-up play there to make sure everybody knows what they're doing, because they do not want to give up a big play going into this half, because Penn State gets the ball coming out of the half since they deferred on the initial coin toss. This could be a double score opportunity for them, so you want to make sure you lock in for this at least one final big play, because it's 3rd and long here.
3rd and 12 from the 38. If they do not advance the ball at all, you're looking at about a 56-yard field goal. Nick Singleton is the running back, sidecar left of the quarterback Aller. 3 receivers out to the right. On 3rd and 12, here comes the pressure up the middle. Aller throws off his back foot. It's incomplete to the near sideline, intended for Tyler Warren. And Shea Oladipo, the nickelback who had 6.5 sacks this year, the most by a defensive back in the country, drove Aller into the turf.
And did a great job. They ran what we call a 4-2 wide, which meaning they leave both of the A-gaps on either side of the center shoulders open. They walk up a linebacker, they walk up Oladipo, and Oladipo fires in the left side gap and puts the pressure on Aller immediately.
Penn State going for it. This makes sense. Boise State has no timeouts. It would be an impossibly long field goal. 4th and 12 at the Bronco 38. 5 seconds on the play clock. Aller is in the shotgun. He's got the snap. Pressure is coming. He throws to the near side numbers, and it's incomplete, but there is a flag thrown. Devon Banks step for step with Trey Wallace, and let's see what this is. 29 seconds left in the first half.
Holding or pass interference, that's going to be the question. It's either or in this moment. They were both tangled up at the
pass
break.
Interference, defense number 20. Automatic first down.
This has not been a very good drive for Devon Banks, the corner. He had a ball thrown over his head. Omari Evans made a leaping catch, and there on 4th and 12 gets called for a drive continuing penalty that marches Penn State to the edge of the red zone.
And with that, actually, they took Devon Banks out. Looks like they've replaced him with Irby. Amaria McCoy's been on the far side this entire time, and now Irby in on the other side on Trey Wallace.
3 receivers to the far side right, and Wallace to the near side left. Aller's got the snap, 1st and 10 at the 23, lofts it for Wallace, back left corner of the end zone, and that ball is incomplete. Jeremiah Irby there in coverage, one number 6 guarding another. And one of the things that has stood out most in this first half, 1 is Penn State bottling up Ashton Genty. 2 is the number of deep balls that Drew Aller has thrown today.
He's thrown a number of them. That one was very close. That one was just right outside the back of the end zone. And, of course, they wouldn't attack Irby because you just took Banks out. You're putting a new guy in, so go attack the new guy that might not be as warm.
Aller in the gun, 10 of 16, 144 yards, 2 touchdowns. 2nd and 10 at the Boise State 23. 23 seconds left in the first half. Broncos send 4. Aller throws down the middle. Incomplete off the left hand of the tight end, Tyler Warren. He would have had to been a Houdini-like catch to bring that in as he ran with Andrew Simpson, the linebacker. It's 3rd and 10, 19 seconds left in the quarter.
And Simpson was right there, stride for stride with Warren. He didn't forget about 44 on the field, a favorite target of Aller right there, running the skinny post down the seam.
The best tight end, statistically speaking, in Penn State history. Nittany Lions are 1 of 5 on third down. They lead 14-7 against Boise State. 19 seconds left in the half. 3rd and 10. Aller drops, steps up to run, and he is hit from behind and stopped at the 23-yard line. So getting right back around the original line of scrimmage. Clock is moving. They're going to let it wind down, take their last timeout, and they will set up for a field goal here to walk off the first half. James Franklin calls the 3rd and final timeout with 3 seconds to go, and they'll set up Ryan Barker to try and make it a 17-7 lead.
And if you're Boise State, this is the best case scenario you can hope for, considering you should have been off the field, but you get the pass interference that gives you a new set of downs, but then you stymie this Penn State offense, which has been so good in the red zone this season. And, you know, their 88% success rate in here, 43 touchdowns to 10 field goals in the red zone. They're a top 50 team in scoring when they get in those situations. Right there for Boise to get that stop and force 3 instead of 7. A huge stop there to make this a 10-point game, potentially going into the half.
So the redshirt freshman Ryan Barker from Landenberg, Pennsylvania. On for the try from 40. It's on the near side left hash. The punter Riley Thompson is the holder. This will be the final play of the first half. Penn State 14, Boise State 7. As they await the snap, here it comes. Barker puts it down, a swing of the leg, the kick on its way to the left side uprights, and it is good to end the first half. Penn State 17 and Boise State 7, with Ryan Barker's field goal as the exclamation point to the game's first 30 minutes.
And it's good to see Penn State in that half on a score, because they came out really fast, hitting the first 2 touchdowns on their first 2 drives, and then really stalemating the rest of the way. Boise really got into pressuring Drew Aller and forcing some throws and really limiting the run game. But a nice job to end this, and they have the opportunity for the double score opportunity, because they will have the ball coming out of the half with a chance to put another score on the board before Boise touches the football on offense.
And something had to give today. The Broncos, the 3rd highest scoring team in the country. The Nittany Lions hold them below 10 points in a first half for the first time since December 17th, 2022. That 27-game streak, which was the longest active in the country, comes to an end. Penn State 17, Boise State 7 at the break. Now here's Jim Basquill of the studio with the college football halftime report.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. Penn State's defense holding Ashton Jeanty to 39 rush yards, second fewest he's had in a half this season. Now 93 shy of Barry Sanders' single-season record. Takes us to today's trivia answer. Last time Penn State won a national championship was 1986. 80s were a good decade for Nittany Lions football. They also won in 82. Trivia brought to you by Dr. Pepper. It's not bowl season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. Coming up next in the College Football Live halftime report, we'll hear from Oregon quarterback Dylan Gabriel in advance of Take 2, Ducks versus Bucks. This is the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
In SEC country, the key to our confidence comes from having a goal and knowing just how we're going to get there. So in these pivotal moments, we come together for inspiration and a plan. Financial confidence in SEC country works that way too, when you and your banker get together to create your personal Regions Greenprint plan.
I think that'll really work. Thanks.
So let's huddle up, because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Jim Basketball back on the College Football Live halftime report at the break. Penn State leading Boise State 17-7, fueled by a pair of Drew Aller touchdown passes. The Rose Bowl presented by Prudential is our middle game of 3 college football playoff quarterfinals tomorrow. A matchup between two of the most accurate passers in the nation in Ohio State's Will Howard and Oregon's Dylan Gabriel, who share the same completion percentage this season at 73.2, both throwing for 300-plus yards with 2 scoring strikes and a rush touchdown when they met in Eugene on October 12th. Gabriel with our Ian Fitzsimmons.
Well, Dylan, just talking to your head coach, Dan Lanning, all he said was what the message has been, what a tremendous opportunity. What's this moment like for you?
Just taking it all in, being present, enjoying the moment. You know, I think as people, we let a lot of our present just fly right by us, you know, but I've been enjoying it all, just looking around, enjoying the sights, the sounds, and this is what it's all about. You dream of these moments, but the most present people seize the moment.
That's pretty damn mature, man, for a guy your age. Go back to the young man who started his career at Central Florida in Oklahoma. And now here you are in the college football playoff, chasing that national championship. What has this ride been like for you?
Gosh, it's been everything. It's a lot of learning. It's a lot of growing, a lot of smiles, a lot of tears, but all things that make you the person you are. So wouldn't trade that for the world, but I think I've just evolved as a player and as a person. And, you know, I think it's so cool. My 6th year, I'm still learning, I'm still growing and still getting better. And that's what I want in my life, you know, to continue that. I think, you know, when you look back and now you're at where you're at, it's not by coincidence or by surprise. You know, all that stuff has built me into the man I am. So I've been really good as of recently of just being in the moment, and easy to say, hard to do, and that's what I've been pushing myself to do so I can seize that moment.
Heisman finalist, Oregon quarterback Dylan Gabriel here with us on ESPN Radio, talking to your wide receiver Tez Johnson.
Yeah.
Who obviously grew up with Bo Nix. So what's the similarity between Dylan and Bo? What's different? He said Bo came out of the womb as an adult. Dylan keeps it light every now and then.
Yep.
Take us into the huddle. When do you have that moment of, all right, we're a little tense, so what do you do as far as keeping it light just to make sure the guys don't get too tight?
Yeah, I think it allows me to be very strategic in when I am both, you know, and I think my lighthearted nature allows people to be at their, you know, most calm state and be in the moment. But also when I snap, and
they know. That's what he said.
Then they know I'm being for real, and I think I utilize that in my own way, and so does everyone. But I think it's something that, you know, has allowed me to be my true, authentic self, but still lead in my own way. So I think that's where, you know, it does help me in a bunch of ways.
What's your favorite lighthearted moment? Is there a moment you went, all right, dude, come on, guys?
Yeah, you know? I think just in game when things weren't necessarily going our way in certain moments, and I give you know, a guy a look or have a conversation with them and just remind them, like, hey, we're good, you know, and whether it's that quick joke or that quick smile, you know, that thought of negativity is gone, you know, and how can you be forward thinking and you know, do that in the fastest pace, you know, with the guys you have around you. That's what I try to do.
20 seconds. What jumps out to you when you watch Ohio State defensively? What's the best matchup for you guys?
You know, I think they're very talented. And, you know, obviously the production follows that, you know, statistically. But these are the heavyweight matchups you look for, you know, and as a competitor, you dream of playing in. So we're blessed to play in it. I'm excited for the opportunity to know that you got to bring your A game.
Keep it light.
Thank you.
And Gabriel, 3 touchdown passes away from the all-time FBS record heading into that one. Coming up next in the College Football Live halftime report, we'll size up Arizona State, Texas, and Georgia, Notre Dame. You're listening to the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com, Babbel.com. No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com, Babbel.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com, Babbel.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Jim Basketball back on the College Football Live halftime report where Penn State leads Boise State at the break, holding Ashton Genty to 39 total rush yards. Nittany Lions up top at 17-7. The Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl tomorrow offers a matchup of Arizona State and Texas. We got it for you tomorrow, 1 Eastern. It's a meeting of the last 2 Big 12 conference champions. Arizona State, first team in Big 12 history to win the conference title after finishing last in the preseason poll. Their offense, again, fueled by the bulldozing running back Cam Scatterbo, who says or answers the question if he and his teammates feel disrespected.
You're always going to feel disrespected, and if you don't, there's something wrong with you. If you look at it and, your boss is going to always look at you like you're not at the highest level, so you should feel disrespected. And, I look at it like if people still think they can stop me, then they're disrespecting me. And I'm going to continue to think that way because that's what drives me as a player.
Arizona State seeking their second 12-win season in school history. Jordan Reed on Sun Devils players to watch.
The Arizona State Sun Devils.
The Arizona State Sun Devils' first season in the Big 12 was a magical one. Finishing the year with an 11-2 record, Kenny Dillingham has the program at its height. Led by running back Cam Scatterbo, who had over 1,500 rushing yards and 19 touchdowns, he's a high-effort tackle-breaking machine that projects as a 3rd or 4th round draft pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Scatterbo was one of the best rushers in all of the FBS, as defenses simply could not tackle him this season. Even though he rushed for over 1,500 rushing yards, he was one of the better players in not only the Big 12, but all of the country. The 4th-seeded Arizona State Sun Devils enter the college football playoff as one of the hottest teams in all of the country.
Yeah, they face a Texas team seeking their 3rd 13-win season in school history. In 05, they win 13-0, beat USC in the national championship. 09, 13-1, losing to Alabama in that national title game. Quinn Ewers, though, a scoring strike in 25 straight games, had this on enduring the long season.
You know, it's nice to have a little more time in between these games to be able to get to, you know, as close as you can back to 100%. And also just gives you more time to prepare for, you know, the opposing team that we're playing. And but at the end of the day, it's awesome. It's awesome to still be playing football whenever, you know, other guys are at home or training for the combine or whatever it is.
In the meantime, the All-State Sugar Bowl offers Georgia and Notre Dame facing off against one another in the rematch of the 1980 Sugar Bowl. Georgia won its first national championship back then, lead the all-time series 3-0, have a 7-game win streak in bowls and college football playoff games. The All-State Sugar Bowl will feature quarterbacks on different ends of the spectrum, though, in terms of experience. Notre Dame QB Riley Leonard making his 35th career start. Georgia QB Gunnar Stockton filling in for Carson Beck, making his first career start. Leonard has more touchdowns in his career, 75, than Stockton has pass attempts. This was Leonard on why he left Duke in the first place to play in these games.
This is obviously why I came to Notre Dame to compete here. And I remember leaving Duke, you know, which I didn't want to do, but I was thinking to myself, like, I'm going to go out swinging, like, I want to compete for it all. And here we are. So kind of a dream come true for me. And then, you know, going 3-9, I have perspective. I understand how cool this thing is. And I'm not making too big of a deal of it, but I'm also not taking for granted, like, this opportunity.
And Leonard, 15 rush touchdowns this season, most all time by a Notre Dame quarterback. Meantime, with Bulldogs to keep an eye on, here's Jordan Reed.
The Georgia Bulldogs.
The Georgia Bulldogs entered the college football playoff with an 11-2 record and stand as the 2nd overall seed. Head coach Kirby Smart once again worked his magic and helped lead the team to an SEC championship victory. Quarterback Carson Beck finished the year throwing for over 3,400 yards, 28 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions. Beck projects as a potential 2nd or 3rd round draft pick after being seen as the #1 overall pick candidate entering the season. Backup quarterback Gunnar Stockton saw action in the SEC title game and helped engineer the team to victory. On the defensive side of the ball, it is a collective effort on all 3 levels, but they have 2 standout defensive ends in Jalen Walker as well as Michael Williams. In the secondary, safety Malachi Starks is viewed as arguably the top safety in the 2025 NFL Draft. Those 3 are all potential first-round selections and lead one of the best defenses in the country.
Bulldogs players always fill up that draft. Coming up next in the College Football Live halftime report, we'll have a first half recap here from James Franklin. Then it's the second half from Glendale. This is the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Timeout. Your body goals don't have an off season. GNC is ready to help you get a stronger start on the new year with help building more muscle and proven weight loss support. Need a boost? We're ready with GNC vitamins for your longest winter days. Want the best energy drinks? They're at GNC. Never tried creatine before? Get ready to be amazed. GNC coaches are ready to help you in stores everywhere, and you can shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. GNC, live well.
Harry Douglas here. Say goodbye to bulky, clunky shavers that clutter your bathroom. Not only do you get an incredible shave, Panasonic's Palm Razor has a sleek, elegant design that adds a touch of sophistication to your bathroom. It also conveniently charges with a USB cord. Visit shop.panasonic.com/sports to shop for the Palm Razor. Use promo code HARRY for 10% off exclusively for ESPN Radio listeners. That's shop.panasonic.com/sports, promo code HARRY.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like when Ohio State came back from a 21-6 deficit against #1 ranked Alabama in the 2015 Sugar Bowl. Down 15 points, the Buckeyes outscored the top-rated Crimson Tide 36-14 to secure the 42-35 victory in the college football playoff semifinal.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
My name is Luke Bryan. Country music is my life, and I want to share it with y'all.
It's All Country is now streaming on Hulu.
And with the help of Luke Combs, Kane Brown, Lady A, Winona Judd, Sheryl Crow, and Mickey Guyton, we're going to explore everything country.
You couldn't ask for anything more than that.
When everybody brings their story, it really becomes something special. That is the beautiful side of country music.
In the end, it's all country.
It's All Country. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Aller, play action, bounces on his toes at the 20, between the hash marks, floats it to the back of the end zone, and that ball to Warren. It is caught! Touchdown, Penn State, 11 yards to Tyler Warren. And the Nittany Lions are on the board. 6-0 Penn State with 6:40 to go in the first quarter.
That was Drew Aller's first. This is second.
2nd and 4. Aller back to throw. Lobs it deep down the near side to the end zone. It is caught! Amari Evans with a touchdown. A 38-yard spiraling rainbow to the junior wide receiver. And it's 13-0 Penn State.
Drew Aller, a pair of touchdown passes, 17-7 Penn State. That's your first half check-in brought to you by Allstate. Some people know they can save hundreds on car insurance. Checking Allstate first. Visit allstate.com or call a local agent for a quote that could save you hundreds in car insurance. You're in good hands with Allstate. James Franklin after the first half.
Well, Coach, had some self-inflicted wounds there in the second quarter, but you get the ball coming out of the locker room. How do you regain the momentum here?
Yeah, we just got to clean up the penalties. We're making it too difficult on ourselves. You know, with the negative yardage plays, putting us in long yardage situations. So we just got to get that cleaned up. Once we do that, we'll be fine.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Franklin with our Tom Luganville. Penn State up at 10D, getting it done against Genty. To the second half, back to Glendale and our team of Lauren Sisler, Max Starks, and Mike Cousins.
Thank you, Jim. And moments ago, as Boise State head coach Spencer Danielson came out of the locker room, he chatted with Lauren.
Coach, Ashton Genty limited to just 39 yards there in the first half. What are some key adjustments you need to make to get your rhythm, some rhythm on offense?
Yeah, we got to make the plays we should make. I mean, that's the biggest part. The blocks we should make, the catches, the runs we should make. And so they've done a good job stacking the box, and we knew that going in, and we're going to continue to wear them out. We're going to pop some runs, and we got to make the catches in the pass game to loosen up that defense. But I'm proud of our team. We're going to be relentless. We're going to come out here, and we're going to start fast. We're going to make the plays we should make.
Well, Max, if they're going to pop some runs, as he said, they're going to have to find different ways to get Ashton Genty going. 13 carries, 39 yards, averaging 3 yards per carry. He hasn't had a game under 127 yards this year. On the other side, we talked about this through the first 30 minutes and then getting to look at the full statistical picture. Drew Aller, we thought, threw a lot of deep balls. In fact, he did. 5 attempts that went more than 20 yards through the air. That's not only the most in a game this season, it's the most in a game in his 3-year career in Happy Valley.
And 4 of those 5 actually went to Omari Evans. That's the guy that he's been targeting for the big ball plays. And it's been more so on the side of the defense where you see Devon Banks or Irby as the 2 different defensive backs that he wants to attack. He has not really attacked McCoy at all, and Trey Wallace gets the other deep ball pass effect. So, I mean, you look at that, and the ones he did complete, 38 air yards complete to Amari Evans, a 50-yard air ball that was incomplete. That was the one he just couldn't hold on to into the end zone, and the 14 air yards and 37. So, I mean, he's been trying to put the ball in the air and really attack the secondary of Boise. I'm surprised they haven't run the ball more. And also, I haven't seen a lot of Nicholas Singleton in the run game. Katron Allen has gotten the lion's share of the rushes so far in this game. He has 10 rushes for 76 yards, whereas Singleton's only had 5 rushes for 15 yards and a long of 8. So really, 4 of those to get 7 yards.
Well, Nick Singleton is waiting for you right now because he's standing at the goal line ready to receive the kickoff for Penn State. It's the Nittany Lions in the classic look, white helmets, blue jerseys, white numbers, white pants, and blue socks. Boise State, royal blue helmets, white jerseys, and orange pants. The kickoff from Shive goes out of the end zone from left to right, and Penn State gets it 1st and 10 at their own 25, coming up the field from right to left. Their advantage 17-7 over Boise State. The Nittany Lions are a perfect 7-0 here in the Fiesta Bowl, the bowl that they've played in more than any other as they work in pursuit of their 3rd national championship. 12-2 during the regular season. They beat SMU in the first round, and they take over here at the 25. They start out with a spread formation. Now Aller bunches everybody together. 2 receivers to the near left. Evans in orbit motion to the far side. Aller between the hashes, throws on a crossing pattern, tipped and incomplete at the near side 29, intended for the tight end Tyler Warren. Great coverage from Shea Oladipo, who is draped behind him like a backpack.
And here's the thing, Shea Oladipo is not even 6 feet tall, and he is doing battle with the 6'6" guy and coming out on top of these plays. Talk about a guy playing taller than he is.
Boise State did elevate its defensive play. First 2 drives, Penn State had 2 touchdowns. Their last 5, a fumble, 3 punts, and a field goal. Aller takes the 2-handed snap. Handoff Singleton, sprinting to his right. And chopped up at the 28-yard line. It's a gain of 3. So Boise stands strong again. 3rd down and 6. Officially, they give him 4, with the Nittany Lions working right to left at their own 29-yard line on the first drive of the 3rd quarter, and a 17-7 lead.
And mama, there goes that man again, Shea Oladipo, with the one-on-one open field tackle with Nicholas Singleton on that play.
Drew Aller, 10 of 13 to start. Since then, 0 of 5 for the junior quarterback out of Medina, Ohio. 3rd down and 6. He's got the snap in a clean pocket. Dart over the middle, and a leaping try is dropped by Tyler Warren. The tight end had it, bobbled it, reached for it again as he fell at the 50-yard line. It is incomplete. Alexander Tubner was there in coverage, and Boise State gets what it needed, a stop, and the Nittany Lions will punt on 4th and 6.
And Warren just running in roughshod through that zone, wide open. Tubner coming from the far side and coming and making up ground and making that play on Warren as he went for the 2nd grab on that play, and a quick 3 and out to start this first drive for Penn State.
Riley Thompson punts in front of a 3-man shield, a spiraling ball to the near side, and it's taken at the 16, maybe the 17-yard line on a fair catch by Boise State's Cooper Jones. That was a beauty, 54 yards to the sideline.
And so now 0 for 6 for Drew Aller since really the end of that drive at the end of the first half to now. And Tyler Warren's been targeted 9 times, only has 4 catches. He's missed the last 2 catches thrown to him, and Aller has not been comfortable in this. So now 10 of 15 total on the day, 0 of 6, like I said, of the last 6 passes.
1st and 10, Boise State. Heisman runner-up Ashton Jeanty in the backfield to the left of the quarterback, Maddox Madsen, and it's a false start against the Broncos.
False start, offense number 9, 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
That's Cameron Camper, the 5th-year wide receiver in his first season with Boise State, a transfer from Indiana. And they're backed up to 1st and 15 at their own 12-yard line. So Ashton Jeanty, 13 carries, 39 yards for the nation's leading rusher. 1st and 15 at the 12 on the near side hash mark. Snap back, Madsen, a sprint to his right. It's an option, he keeps it, and he gets tackled from behind to the 15-yard line. Quarterback sprints for 3 and tackled by Amin Vanover, the 6'4", 258-pound defensive end.
And Vanover did a great job of disengaging from the tight end. It looked like Matt Wagner and making that play.
Snap back, 2nd down and 12. Flushed out of the pocket. Madsen to the near side. Throws from the 8 across the middle. Ball's caught at the 31-yard line. Cameron Camper. And he atones for the penalty early in the drive with a 16-yard catch. First down, Broncos.
And that is the first catch for Camper. Has not been targeted at all in the first half. Now comes in and gets a very nice catch. Madsen rolling off to his right and committing a cardinal sin, throwing back across the field. But when you got the 6'4" Camper, makes it a lot less lethal.
Madsen now 9 of 13. First and 10 at their own 32, down by 10. Snap back, give to Genty. He breaks out of one tackle, gets to the 35-yard line. It's a pickup of 3 before denied Dennis Sutton has him in his grasp. And the longest run of the day remains 12 yards for Ashton Genty.
Yeah, it was a big play, and that really got stopped with a blitz up the middle. That was by Zane Durant, the defensive tackle, that broke free and kind of gave him almost like a clothesline and forced Genty to stop before he could restart. And then, of course, Sutton finished him off.
17-7, Penn State the lead. 12:35, third quarter. 2nd and 7 for Boise State between the hash marks, coming left to right. And before they can snap it, there's a flag thrown from behind the play and from the far sideline. We'll hear from Steve Marlowe, the referee.
False start. Offense number 66. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
That's a surprise to see that from Ben Dooley, the 6th-year left guard, who was first-team All-Mountain West Conference this season.
And it started every game for Boise State in that position. A very steadying force, but right there, just a little bit flinchy before the snap.
Third highest scoring team in the country, limited to just 7 points thus far. 2nd and 12 at their own 30. Madsen's got the snap to the 20. Sets his feet, throws far side. Ball is caught just shy of midfield by Latrell Caples. What a grab there on a deep out route. It's a first down to the 47-yard line and a pickup of 17 yards.
And Caples just ran a really nice deep out. And in fact, the safeties were playing off coverage. He had about a 3-yard cushion when he caught that before he stepped out of bounds. So you could see the secondary really scared of the speed of Caples and Camper and giving them a lot of respect by staying deep.
A rare look for the Broncos. Madsen goes under center. The single back is Genty. In motion, Caples tight to the near side right. It's play action. Roll to the near side of the 35. A back foot throw wide down the field. Matt Lauder the catch. The tight end to the 20, the 10, and he high steps his way into the end zone. A 53-yard touchdown for Boise State. A blown coverage for the Nittany Lions, and it's a ball game once again in the desert. Penn State 17, Boise State 13, 11:38 to go in the third.
This is quarterfinal football right here, and Boise does a tremendous job. They bring everybody in. They leave Lauder as an ISO guy on the backside. They run the play action. Everybody thinks because he's under center that this is going to be a rush for Genty, and then they play action, fake it to him, and all by himself is Lauder as he strolls down the far sideline, and nobody within 20 yards of him. And now we have a 3-point ball game here in the desert.
The extra point from Jonah Dalmas is good as it soars over the blue end zone here at State Farm Stadium. 11:38 third quarter. Penn State 17, Boise State 14, and we'll find out how the Nittany Lions respond when we come back. You're listening to the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Well, Black Friday and Cyber Monday might be over, but it's the season of savings at all 6 Harnish Auto Family dealerships. Take the driver's seat to savings while supplies last on all 2024 models. The Harnish Auto Family has 22 acres of inventory filled with the most popular trucks, SUVs, EVs, and cars from the brands you know and love. Visit HarnishAutoFamily.com or head to Chevrolet and Kia of Everett or Volkswagen, Subaru, and Chevrolet Buick GMC at Puyallup and tell them I sent you. We are the Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and ESPN app.
The biggest play of the night for Boise State comes on a 53-yard pass from Maddox Madsen to his tight end, Matt Lauder. It is a touchdown, and it's 11:38 to go in the third. Penn State 17, Boise State 14 after they fell behind 14-0 and trailed by 10 at the half, 17-7. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, and Lauren Sisler with you here at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. The kickoff from left to right from Terran Shive, and it bounces behind the S in Penn State and out of the back of the end zone. So let's see how the Nittany Lions will respond here with a 3-point lead.
And the biggest thing is going to be, can Drew Aller calm down and start making some completions? So you wonder if they're going to try and get some easy completions, maybe a little quarter rollout with a little flat flare route to either Warren or a running back or something, just to get him back under ease, because he's 0 for 6 in his last 6 attempts.
First down and 10. Aller takes the snap, hands it off. Katron Allen veers to the right from the 25 out across the 30 to the 34-yard line, and stopped by Amarion McCoy, the cornerback, as the Nittany Lions scramble and go up-tempo to get back to the line of scrimmage. Allen is the running back. Fake the handoff to him. Aller looking to throw deep. His 6th long ball of the day into double coverage downfield, and it is incomplete, going for Omari Evans. And that has been his target, the guy who's been trying to take the top off the defense all day.
And going against Amarion McCoy, that ball was actually thrown way too inside of Evans. And in fact, Amarion McCoy almost made a play on it. It almost looked like he was running the route, because to the inside, Omari Evans was about 4 yards away from that, and McCoy tried to catch it, just went outside of his outstretched hands.
7 straight incompletions, 3rd and 1. And they hand it off to the near side. Here goes Allen. One man to beat at midfield. And he's trying to stay in bounds across the 50. And he dances out of bounds into Boise State territory. They made it look like they were going to run the ball up the middle on 3rd and 1. Allen bounced it to the outside and takes it for 23 yards on the first down run, with Ty Benefield saving Boise State from disaster. And now on the backside of the play, Herbert Gums, the nose guard, is seated facing midfield at the 34-yard line, the injured defensive lineman for the Broncos.
Yeah, him and Sheldon Newton bumped into each other. Both of them were sitting down, but Newton's now back up.
So it's an injury timeout. 11:08 to go, third quarter. Penn State is on the move at the Boise State 43. It's the Nittany Lions 17 and the Boise State Broncos 14. This is the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
In SEC country, the key to our confidence comes from having a goal and knowing just how we're going to get there. So in these pivotal moments, we come together for inspiration and a plan. Financial confidence in SEC country works that way too, when you and your banker get together to create your personal Regions Greenprint plan.
I think that'll really work. Thanks.
So let's huddle up, because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Fiesta Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
It's the Penn State Nittany Lions with the lead and the ball as they are on the move. 1st and 10 at the Boise State 43. 11:08 to go here in the third quarter. 17-14 is their lead over Boise State. Mike Cousins and Max Starks up in the booth. And with an injury update from the Penn State sideline, here's Lauren Sisler.
Guys, Penn State still without one of their top defensive leaders in Abdul Carter. He's been seen on the sidelines here. He was working out that left shoulder. It seemed to be bothering him. He was on the bike earlier, kind of walking around swinging that left arm, but currently he's been sitting on the bench. He's got a towel on his head. He is hydrating a little bit, but it doesn't seem like there's any movement for him to get back out on the field anytime soon.
And we've got a close game. Penn State by 3. 1st and 10 at the Boise State 43. Nick Singleton is the running back in the pistol. Aller takes the snap, gives to Singleton. Who ambles off to the left side, is stopped around the 42-yard line, so maybe 1 yard there. And if you had to predict coming into this game, Max, who'd be the first running back to go to 100 yards, you would have said Ashton Jeanty, Heisman runner-up. But it's Katron Allen, 12 carries, 108 yards. His counterpart, Nick Singleton, running to the far sideline on 2nd down and 9. And he is right at the first down marker as he gets stopped. And it does indeed move the chains on that run to the far sideline. 10.5 to go in the third. Penn State 17, Boise State 14, 1st and 10 at the Bronco 33.
And Penn State now getting back into their run game. They kind of abandoned it a little bit towards the end of the half. And, you know, like I said, getting Nick Singleton running, you know, because Katron Allen's already shown, I mean, they took a 50-yarder away from a point. He could have more yardage than he has, but he's still over the century mark.
Singleton to the left of Aller in the shotgun. Short drop, faces pressure at the 42, swallowed up. He goes down. Max Steege, the defensive end, hit him in the 1 and the 5 on the back of his jersey. And that's the second time today that they've gotten Drew Aller for a sack of almost 10 yards. Second and 19 coming.
And that looked like a jailbreak on that play. Steege was the one that finally got him down, but 3 other guys took a piece at Drew Aller, forcing and bottling him to force up, and then, of course, Steege finishes him off.
They had the second most sacks in the regular season, now number 1 in the country with their pressure today. 2nd and 19, Penn State with a 3-point lead going right to left. Aller's got it, swings it out to the right, ball is caught at the 37-yard line. Tyler Warren, who then gets suplexed down by the safety Zion Washington. So they were ready to get that. They played soft coverage on the tight end for the most part today, but they are ready right away. 3rd and 14 coming up.
And doing a great job. Zion Washington stepping up and really hitting him. Tyler Warren kind of got stuck in the grass a little bit as he kind of slipped as he went to go make the in cut to go upfield.
Bermuda grass surface here under a closed roof today, just outside of Phoenix, Arizona. 3rd and 14 to the 37. Boise State shows pressure and 1 safety back deep. And man coverage to start. Aller in the shotgun, Singleton to his left. Takes the shoulder high snap, bounces at the 45, steps up under pressure, runs to the 35, 30 between the hashes, dives forward across the 25-yard line, and by just about a half yard, it looks like he may have that first down.
And Drew Aller, this is where he gets very deadly. If you open and leave the A-gaps open, he's a guy that likes to escape up into the pocket and then run for that. And we're waiting to see.
There's a flag down on the play.
Holding. Defense number 0. 10-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic first down.
Okay. All right, that was one looking for the replay here. And yeah, I guess he was tangled up with Tyler Warren, and that was Ty Benefield tangled up with Tyler Warren, and which I guess led to that rush by Aller. So, you know, right now for Boise, they're bending right now, and Penn State's putting the pressure on.
1st and 10, Nittany Lions at the Boise State 12. Full house backfield. Both running backs in there, and now we've got a flag thrown on the defensive side of the ball.
It looked like an offensive guy kind of moved, but are they going to give it against the defense?
Umpire threw the flag there on a 1st and 10 for Penn State.